Test? Yep. Test? Okay. Here, due to some construction issues, so when people are talking, there are these mics on the tabletops that you'll have to share. So they'll be passed along to people. Ariel will be addressing how we speak in order and keep, Ariel's our facilitator, and will be recognizing people or helping me to recognize people when their time comes to speak. So.
And with the mics, it's just where the red dot is, you just hit underneath it and it goes green or red. So.
Okay. Ariel, do the safety instruction thing now.
After Richard introduces.
Oh, after Richard. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so welcome everyone. I'm Gavin McCabe. I'm the chairman of the task force. We're all going to go around and introduce ourselves, but before we do that, we're going to have some opening remarks by the executive officer, Richard Corey. So, Richard, please step up.
Usually not used to presenting from this podium here. So hey, thanks Gavin, and really welcome task force members and audience members. It's really exciting. I mean, it is the kickoff of the Compliance Offset Protocol Task Force. And I wanted to talk just a little bit about, for context, the establishment of the task force, a few observations, but not let it go by the appreciation for the time you have already put into this and the time you will be putting into it. Very much appreciated. So, Assembly Bill 398 established the Compliance Offset Protocol Task Force to provide guidance to the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, in approving new offset protocols for the cap and trade program for the purpose of increasing offset projects with direct environmental benefits in the state, while prioritizing disadvantaged communities, Native American or tribal lands, and rural and agricultural regions. And as directed by 398, it called for the appointment of members to the task force to include a representative from a diverse group of stakeholders, or representatives from a diverse group of stakeholders. The stakeholder group that is represented by the task force, as you can see in terms of the backgrounds, includes scientists, air pollution control and air quality management district, carbon market experts, tribal representatives, environmental justice advocates, labor and workforce representatives, forestry experts, agricultural experts, environmental advocates, conservation advocates, and dairy experts. In addition, we have 2 public member representatives. So after the public solicitation process, we proposed a list of candidates to the board for approval at the board's January 23rd, 2020 hearing, whereby the board adopted Resolution 20-5, approving the task force membership and task force charter. I want to stress to you and to the audience that the task force's mandate is an important endeavor, really important. Robust offset projects provide more than just GHG reductions, compliance, flexibility, and cost containment. They also provide environmental, social, and economic benefits such as reduced air or water pollution through improved land management practices and long-term protection of wildlife habitat. Consistent with legislation, the task force's guidance and recommendations will provide an important step towards identifying and increasing co-benefits in the state. So I'd like to thank all of you, all task force members, for their willingness to serve, and as noted, already for the time preparing for the meeting, traveling, and attending this meeting, as well as the work that's ahead of us, or ahead of you. Your experience, knowledge, expertise, and representation will help enrich discussions amongst one another, as well as your guidance and recommendations going forward. So finally, I want you to know that my staff is here to help provide context and support for your work. And we also have, as noted, a superb facilitator from the Sacramento State to assist with the meeting. So with that, great appreciation and look forward to the work that you'll be doing. So thanks again.
Thank you, Richard. My name's Ariel Ambrewster, and I'm from Sacramento State University. I'll be facilitating you all today, and this is the first time I've facilitated in such a formal situation, so we'll be working with it to try to encourage you all to feel comfortable talking with each other and dialoguing in the afternoon when we're in our discussion section. Just wanted to orient, well, first off, before we orient to the agenda, we have necessary information to share with you all. This is a standard blurb. So for safety reasons, we ask everybody to note the emergency exit, and is the emergency, it's both of these two, correct? And the doors. Okay, so in the event of a fire alarm, we're required to evacuate this room immediately, go downstairs and out the building, and gather in the park across the street until we get the all clear signal to come back. So that's our mandatory emergency warning. And with that out of the way, I just wanted to orient you quickly to our day. If you notice the agenda, you'll see there's quite a number of items. Those are mainly orientation and backgrounding items for you in the morning session today. You'll get your background on Bagley-Keene. We'll go over the formal charter, briefly discuss the schedule, and give you background on the compliance offset program and some of the unique issues around new project types. Then you'll have an hour for lunch, and it's a go out where you will. There's a cafe downstairs. There are a number of eateries in the area. And then that discussion piece, that is our afternoon. And so basically at that point in time, we'll be helping to support the task force members in identifying how you all would like to identify and organize your workload, and you'll be identifying subgroup topics and deciding which subgroups you'd like to work on, and then we'll spend the remainder of our time giving you all time to focus a little more deeply into each potential subgroup topic so the full group can inform the subgroup's thinking as they meet afterwards. You'll have one second formal meeting after the subgroup work later on. So that's our afternoon. So I've mentioned the cafe downstairs. I assume you all have had an introduction to your coffee and snack room in back. We also have bathrooms past the large green chandeliers. And that, I think, is all I need to, placards. So if you all have questions or during times of discussions, if you have something you'd like to say, please orient your placard, and that way we can track who would like to speak and try to call on you on the order in which you've noted that you'd like to speak. And with that, I'd like to transition to Gavin McCabe, your chair.
Thank you, Ariel. So now is our opportunity to introduce ourselves to one another and to people here. And so what I think we'd like to do is have everyone give a short background of who you are and why you're here. I'm Gavin McCabe. I'm the chairman for this. My background is that I was a lawyer for about 18 years for the California Attorney General's office, and in that role, I worked on a lot of things with the Air Resources Board, but one of them in particular was developing and defending the offset protocols, the first 4 that were adopted. So I developed a background and interest in the subject matter. And we did survive the litigation, and the offset protocols live on, which is good. But I was interested in continuing to see how they are implemented and the degree to which people are subscribing to them, and credits are being generated, and with the opportunity to develop more or to improve upon existing ones. I was very interested in being part of it as just a pure member of the public. So I'm not here for any interest group. I'm just one of the public members. And I look forward to working with all of you over the next year on this. So, Andrea?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Andrea Tuttle. I come from Arcata. I am basically retired, but continue to keep my activities in forest and climate policy, both domestically and internationally. I've been involved in the California Climate Program from its very, very early days during the voluntary phase, which was the CCAR learning phase. And I was involved in the early development of the forest protocols, but then have watched the offset program develop through the, from 2012 forward as the market has developed. So I know the basic principles of the offsets. I feel very well grounded in the substance of the task force, and I look forward to working with these really excellent appointees. I was pleased by the caliber of the people that the Air Board identified for these positions. So I'm looking forward to a very good discussion and forward progress. Thank you.
Yeah, just pass it down.
I'm Connie Best. I'm co-founder and co-CEO of the Pacific Forest Trust. And I'm based in San Francisco. We work all over Northern California, Oregon, and Washington. And since our inception 26 years ago, we have been advocating for including the contributions of forests to climate solutions, credible, scientifically rigorous ways to advance the conservation and stewardship of forests to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So PFT wrote the bill with Byron Scher that called for the newly formed CCAR to create their very first project level protocols for forests. And in that bill, it called for them to meet the international standards for rigor, additionality, permanence, and inclusion of more natural forest management and the ecological considerations. So anyway, we've been doing this a while, and I've been personally engaged with the protocol development since then through to the compliance protocols. Yes, right. I was part of the work group for the version that led to the compliance version, so I have brain damage from that experience, but it was worth it. And Pacific Forest Trust developed the very first forest carbon project, project number 1 at CAR on the Vinnick forest in Arcata. So, we've been out in the field doing the work and advising forest owners and policymakers for a while now. And it's wonderful to be here with such an esteemed group of colleagues.
Hello? Okay. Hi, I'm Emily Worms. I'm Associate Director of Investments and Operations at New Forests. I'm going to be bringing a carbon market perspective to the task force. I've been involved with the California carbon market for over a decade now, first as a stakeholder in supporting the development of AB 32's regulatory framework, and then in managing the voluntary and compliance protocols at the Climate Action Reserve during the first year of the California program in 2013. In my current role at New Forests, I've implemented dozens of offset projects now, ranging in size from 500 acres to over 200,000 acres, and on a variety of ownership types across the country, including Native American tribes, Alaska Native villages, and multi-generational family forest owners. In partnership with the Yurok tribe in Northern California, we developed the first offset project using a board-approved compliance offset protocol that was approved in 2014. And over half of our projects developed to date are located within the state of California, providing direct environmental benefits to the state. I'm really happy to be on the task force and working with you all going forward.
I'm Neil excuse me. I'm Neil Tongri. I'm a climate scientist by training. I work with Gaia, which is a global network of organizations mostly focused on waste management and increasingly on climate. I'm rather new to the California carbon market, but I've spent many years analyzing and following the Clean Development Mechanism at the UN level. And I'm here as an environmental justice representative.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is David Ford. I'm a forester, according to the task group member list, a forestry expert. I am a forester, and I know there are several other foresters here on the panel as well. I'm wearing a couple hats. One, as a project developer, I founded LNC Carbon in 2010 and have been working in developing forest carbon offset projects, both under the California program as well as the voluntary market. And in the voluntary market, I authored one of the forestry protocols under the American Carbon Registry. And I also am a senior fellow at the American Forest Foundation working on forest carbon policy. And we're working together with the Nature Conservancy to develop a program for small family woodland owners. And that's a particular interest of mine as a small family woodland owner myself. I'm very interested in seeing how we can create opportunities to engage the millions of families around the U.S. to be able to participate in using their land base in a way that will help both store and sequester more carbon over time to help us deal with the climate mitigation that we really need to move quickly on. So with that, I am also look forward to working with all of you, and it'll be great to kind of dig in and see what we can come up with. One, to improve existing protocol language and approaches, and two, looking to see where there are opportunities for expansion of the program. Thank you.
Good morning, Bruce Springsteen. I've been with the Placer County Air Pollution Control District for 15 years. I'm the engineering, permitting, and compliance manager. We're one of 35 air districts, local air districts in California. We're from, our territory is Placer County, from eastern Sacramento to Tahoe border. Each air district is responsible for air quality in their districts. I'm a certified forest offset protocol verifier and mandatory reporting system verifier. Air districts are very interested in carbon offsets, particularly because of mitigation for California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, compliance. Air districts have more frequently been required to contribute and integrate into the greenhouse gas offset programs through the CEQA compliance requirements. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Frank Mittlöhner. I'm a professor and air quality specialist in the the Department of Animal Science at UC Davis, and I do research on quantification of greenhouse gases and other air pollutants from animal agriculture, dairy, beef, poultry, and so forth. I do research on enteric emission mitigation, as well as waste mitigation. That can include anaerobic digestion, it can include alternative manure management practices, and I've been doing this for quite a while. I've been at UC Davis since 2002, and I'm pleased to join the task force. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robert Parkhurst. First, I would like to thank ARB for the privilege to serve on this task force. I've been involved in carbon markets for about 15 years. I was involved in that first forest protocol that others had mentioned, and purchased some of the first offsets that were created in the state of California through the voluntary market. 8 projects all throughout California. Since then, I moved on and I worked on the rice protocol, working closely with the ARB to get the rice protocol adopted. Learned a whole lot in that process. And I've also looked at generating offsets around almonds, wine grapes, tomatoes, and grasslands. I currently have my own consulting business, and I'm working with USDA to analyze agricultural carbon markets and find ways to improve them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is JP Cataviella. I'm a consultant. I've worked on California dairy farming related environmental issues for about 19 years. I was co-chair of the dairy and livestock greenhouse gas emissions working groups, subgroup number 1, long title for a group, which was charged with fostering markets for non-digester projects, basically for figuring out ways to promote things that aren't digesters that reduce methane emissions from dairies. And one of our recommendations out of that task force was to form this group. So I'm glad that worked out. As part of the work, I won't go into everything I've done for 19 years, but I think one of the most important things I can bring to this is our experience working as an industry with various groups, including the Department of Food and Agriculture, the University of California, and Environmental Defense Fund, a few examples, to foster research into better understanding baseline emissions of dairy farming, and also the ability of different mitigation practices to reduce those emissions so that we have some understanding, technical basis for developing offset protocols. There's been a lot of work recently. I'm pretty on top of that, and I think some of the best information we've gathered in this area has been done in the last 5 years. So I think that'll be helpful to our discussion. I have a strong interest in projects that deliver multiple environmental benefits. So of course, I'm very interested in reducing methane emissions, but I'm also very interested in projects that can, for example, also deliver water quality benefits or recover resources that can be used to create a circular economy that we can fully benefit California, such as recovering fertilizer that could be used on other farms if properly processed, thereby reducing our dependence on fossil fuel generated fertilizers, as an example. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tim Hayden. I'm the Natural Resources Director for the Yurok Tribe. The Yurok Tribe has been involved with the California Cap and Trade program for many years. Worked with some of you, worked with Emily and others with New Forest, and the Yurok Tribe has developed around 50,000 acres of improved forest management projects up in Northern California in Humboldt and Del Norte County. I've worked for the tribe for about 25 years now. I'm a fish biologist by training, but been working on these issues for about 4 or 5 years now, and so it's been a real learning experience. But it's a real honor to contribute to the task force, and I look forward to providing a tribal perspective and learning from you all, and hopefully contributing at least from our experience, what we've learned and share some of the real benefits that it's brought to our people. So thank you.
Good morning. Pardon me. Brian Nowicki with the Center for Biological Diversity. I live and work here in Sacramento. And as in my position with the Center for Biological Diversity over the past many years here in Sacramento, I have tracked the development of AB 32 and all its subsequent rulings, and in particular been involved with the development of the protocols and the program, the offset program. Definitely, my name is on many of the letters that have gone in that have been critical of some of the various stages of development, always pushing for stronger programs. And that includes up through and including the recent adoption of the International Forest Offset Carbon Program. And it's in that capacity that I'd like to bring some of those concerns and thoughts and standards that we're looking at to this here. Also, given that I'm with the Center for Biological Diversity, you probably would not be surprised to hear that looking at ecological co-benefits obviously is something that very much appeals to me. The last thing I'd like to kind of put on the table to be upfront about is that, in my work at the Center for Biological Diversity, and I imagine that many of us share this sentiment to some extent, I feel like we're at a time when we should not only be pursuing every possible option, but actually taking every action available to us to counteract the climate crisis. That, however, does not mean that every option available to us can be turned into an offset. And it's with that in mind that I'm very much coming to this work group. So, pleasure to meet you all.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Antonio Sanchez. I'm the Assistant Business Manager with IBEW Local 11. So we have about 12,000 members in LA County. That construction electrician that you have in mind, that makes up a good majority of our membership. We also do some manufacturing and represent folks that work directly for the city and the county. Exciting to be here. Thankful that labor is being included in this process as well. My role, I work directly with our principal officer, our business manager, sometimes here in Sacramento, a lot of times in Los Angeles, working with school board members and county supervisors and some of our members of the state legislature, just to make sure that they continue to consider what the policy that they're working on will do for job creation, right? Not just job creation, but good job creation. We're very proud that our members make prevailing wage and are able to raise a family in Los Angeles when, frankly, that's just getting harder and harder. So excited to be here. Thank you very much.
So I think we are now going to hear from David Holtz regarding some of the meeting requirements for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, my name is David Holtz, and I'm an Assistant Chief Counsel here at the Air Resources Board. And to help orient the group on some of the ground rules on which we are all operating, thought I'd give a high-level overview of one of those sets of ground rules, the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. So, the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act is designed to ensure that state bodies carry out their business and conduct meetings in a public fashion. It's a transparency statute. It's a sunshine statute. It applies to all sorts of state bodies, including the Air Resources Board itself. The requirements for the Open Meeting Act broadly cover how state bodies carry out meetings, how they make decisions, how members of a state body communicate with one another. And I will go over kind of the minimum points so that you all are able to conduct what you need to do, but in a way that's in compliance with the Act. I also provide a citation to the text of the Act in case you're curious. The Attorney General's Office has also written a very handy guide to the Act in case you want to read about it in further detail. So, very briefly, the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act applies here because it applies to bodies that are created by statute, and this task force was created by AB 98 in 2017. A few of the very high-level requirements. The task force must have a quorum to hold meetings or conduct official business. So what is a quorum? A quorum is a majority of members. In some contexts, it's voting members. Here, we have 13 members. A quorum is 7. So in order for a meeting to occur, 7 members must be present. We've met that here. We can have a meeting. We're in the middle of one. The same rule applies to any future meetings or any decisions being taken by the task force as a whole. Information that's being given to the task force as a group must also be made available to the public. So the PowerPoint presentation that we're giving to you, we've made photocopies of that available at the front of the room. If one of you happen to have some particularly interesting resource on offsets that you thought would be a benefit to other task force members, we would need to make that same information available to the public. It's consistent with the overarching purpose of the Act, which is to provide that your activities have sunlight shining upon them. That is, the public can see how you're coming to the decisions that you are. Task force meetings must be public and noticed in advance. This meeting was. The future meeting will be 10 days in advance. We handle that here on the staff side. Next slide. Communications. So the task force quorum may not deliberate outside of noticed meetings. So here again, we're talking about 7 or more of the task force members may not discuss the business of the task force outside of a meeting that's available for the public to engage on. So you all have a vibrant discussion today, and 7 or more of you want to talk more about it privately. That would run afoul of Bagley-Keene. Your deliberations need to take place in the public's eye. I note that this would include, as I said, even informal gatherings. It does not include something that's purely social. If all 13 of you were invited to a party together and the party did not concern the actions of offsets, that's fine. Another issue arises with respect to serial communications. So these are communications that involve less than a quorum, that is less than 7 members, but nevertheless may enlarge to become greater than a quorum. For legal wonks, an analogy here might be to like conspiracy law, that you can have small groups of folks that are engaged in certain activities, and then they connect with one another in a way that it becomes a larger group. The principle applies here. So if 3 of you were to discuss a certain topic in an informal way outside of a noticed meeting, that is less than a quorum, that's less than 7. Then say another 4 of you discuss a topic informally outside of a noticed meeting, and then there's a commonality between that first 3 and the second 4. And that person acts as an intermediary in the conversations. Oh, hey, this is a great topic. I actually discussed that same topic with 3 other task force members last week. Then 3 becomes plus 4 equals 7. You've created a quorum and you had discussions outside of a noticed meeting. That's a serial meeting prohibited by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Formal versus informal subgroups. So Bagley-Keene, as I put here on the slide, it applies to subgroups of 3 or more persons created by formal action of the state body. So what does this mean that's independent of what we discussed before as to quorum? Bagley-Keene would apply to a group that is even less than a quorum, say a group of 5 members, if that group was created by a formal action of this group. That is, if you as a task force decide to formally create a subgroup to work on a particular topic, and that subgroup is 3 or more members, then that subgroup would also have to follow Bagley-Keene. However, Bagley-Keene does not apply to subgroups of 1 or 2 members, and if a subgroup was created informally, that is, there was not a formal action of the state body to establish it, then that could be a way of continuing to work together outside of noticed meetings. And that's something that I think we'll be talking about later today. I think that's all I had for now on Bagley-Keene. I was going to turn to the Public Records Act, but it looks like I see a question, so.
Thank you for that. Yes, I do have a question, which is that I understand that we are going to be going into subgroups and working on text. And so I would expect there to be online exchanges as we develop that text. How do we do that while respecting Bagley-Keene?
Yeah, so I think you can do that in a variety of ways so long as you follow the parameters that I laid out. So you could not, for example, have a substantive email communication with a quorum of task force members, because that would be a meeting under the law, but outside of a public context. You could have an email exchange with a sub-quorum with 2 or 3 task force members, so long as that email exchange did not become a serial communication, did not enlarge via intermediaries and that sort of thing. As to formal versus informal subgroups, well, I think that's one of the things, as I said, that I think we'll be talking about later today. So with this task force, if you all wanted to proceed in an informal way that would not require you to follow Bagley-Keene, one option would be for you all to group together in subgroups in an informal way. That is, there's not a decision coming down from the task force, these are the task force members, but it's rather something that you all informally group together and pursue further work on. So I think the facilitator may be working with you all to identify potential topics that you may wish to work on, and then you all may, if this approach makes sense, may sign up for some of those topics and decide, well, this is something that informally that I'd like to pursue. And so that would be work that can continue outside of Bagley-Keene, again, so long as it's not a group created by a formal action of the state body, so long as your work does not involve participants that exceed a quorum or become a quorum through serial communications. Is that helpful?
Yes, but I have continuing questions, but I think we should move on.
I can also clarify
Yeah, well, I'll just add that we did talk about kind of how these informal subgroups might develop with the facilitator. And so, as I said, one way that you all could pursue these subgroups is, we identify topic areas, you all choose to sign up for topic areas, there's no formal action occurring, and then you all email with one another, but you're not emailing with 7 or more members, you're not creating serial communications, and then those subgroups generate work product that you all would come back together on for a subsequent meeting.
Yeah, if I could just amplify that. We had some preliminary discussions about how to do this. Oh, sorry. Is it on? Working? No? Yeah. This morning we're going to be getting kind of background on all of this, and then this afternoon we're going to be, as a group, identifying subject matter areas that we think we would like to potentially at least pursue. And at that point, when we've settled on some number of those, we will endeavor to have voluntary subgroups form of less than 7, so 5 or 6 members. And then those groups will, because we're limited, we're chartered to have 2 meetings, 2 public meetings. So the work that needs to be done in the intervening year will be carried out by the subgroups. And we will come together at the end with this will be discussed again later, but I know the question is formulating here. So the subgroups will work together to come up with some written product that will be then kind of cobbled together in a report that incorporates the work of the different subgroups with perhaps an introduction and executive summary, and then the groups will put that out for public comment, and then there will be a meeting, and at that meeting people can also comment, and then the report based on all of that will come into some final form, and it will be provided to the board, I believe. Is that?
And if I could just make one clarification too, I think the idea is as long as the informal subgroups have, up to 6 members, they can work intensively within their subgroup membership, and there's no problem. They just can't work with another subgroup, right? So as long as we have these distinct pots of activity, and then you'll contribute everything to a draft report, which you'll all discuss at your formal meeting. Is that clear?
Right.
Potentially that's being offered to you all, it's your decision.
Right. So
Yeah.
if the voluntary subgroups form, then they can have kind of unlimited communications amongst each other regarding the subject matter of the work they're developing. That doesn't have to be a public meeting to accomplish that.
I think I see a couple more questions.
Andrea did.
Oh, no, I think,
Sorry.
is it JP? Yeah.
Stand it up there. So.
Thank you. I imagine it's possible that a number of informal topic areas could be decided, and folks would, of course, not more than 6 couldn't be on any one of those. What happens if somebody's serving on 2 or 3 of those sub areas? Is that okay? Is there any danger of it becoming a serial meeting if similar? Maybe most of the topic areas are different, but some of them aren't all that different. And is that anything we need to worry about? How do we worry about it?
Yeah, that's a fair question. And I think there's, conceptually, someone could work on more than one subgroup that's informally created, but that person would need to be careful about the communications that occur. So yes, there's not a hard and fast rule on this subject. I think that if a person is serving on more than one subgroup, we would need to be thoughtful that that person does not end up acting as an intermediary for communications. So some of this is now a little abstract, and it might get a little clearer as we talk about how folks might divide up the work. Does that answer your question, JP? Okay, great. Andrea?
Thanks. Are there any provisions or guidance regarding disclosure of ex parte communications?
I don't believe so. I mean, so ex parte has a certain meaning to me that is not squarely applicable here. So ex parte is traditionally thought of as if you all were acting as judges and you were deciding a case before you, and there were folks on two sides of the issue, and you know, a plaintiff and defendant, for example, and the plaintiff was seeking to communicate with you in a way that was not visible to the other side. But you could think about it in broader ways that, well, what about if you hear from a stakeholder who's interested in a particular topic? You know, that is not a Bagley-Keene issue squarely. I think there's, so folks hear from members of state bodies, hear from interested stakeholders all the time. I think that there's different ways that you as a task force can approach it. You all could choose to make one another aware of communications that you've received. We have to be thoughtful about how we do that in a way that doesn't create quorum problems. So I think that in the event that you receive a communication, you could decide to inform CARB staff about it. But I also think that's something that you all can collectively discuss. I think that that's something that's here today, as in what sort of additional transparency provisions, if any, do you think are merited here? But I think as a general rule, members of state bodies hear from stakeholders, and there's not a Bagley-Keene obligation to report those conversations with stakeholders. The business of Bagley-Keene is concerned with conducting meetings and making decisions in an open manner.
Thank you very much. I think my point was that, like on the Coastal Commission, you're acting in a quasi-judicial role, and we are not.
That's right. That's right. Yes. So that's when I think about ex parte, I think about, right, in a judicial capacity. You are not. Again, whether or not you all want to have any further thought about how you engage with stakeholders is, I think, something for you to decide rather than something that the Act tells you how you can or cannot act. Anything else on the Bagley-Keene Act? It's a, again, the overall purpose of the Act is to promote transparency and to provide sunlight. I recognize that there are some processes associated with it, but I think there's also ways that you all can work within those processes and be productive.
I would just add one thing, that I think when the subgroups form, assuming they form, those subgroups may have communications with persons outside of the subgroup, not other members of the task force, for example, but perhaps there's some person with expertise in a subject matter, and the subgroup wants to get some input or information from that other person. That would be allowed, and it wouldn't be violating Bagley-Keene to have someone provide some information or advice regarding a topic that the subgroup is seeking that information about. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, that's right. That's right. I mean, it's right. Bagley-Keene, while it's designed to ensure sunlight is provided on public meetings, it's also not designed to be a hindrance to folks' work, and it is designed to allow for folks to continue to learn about issues and to continue to engage in dialogue with other interested individuals about particular issues. So yes, that's right. I'd also note, I realize, I'm providing a very high-level overview here and now, and other questions may arise at later points. You are free to email us, and I think we'll provide contact information. I can provide contact information for myself directly or other CARB staff. And so if you ever have a doubt or just a curiosity about any of these statutes, feel free to reach out. Okay, so with that, I think we can go on to the next slide. So another transparency statute that we should be thinking a little bit about is the Public Records Act. So the Public Records Act, it's in many ways like the Freedom of Information Act under federal law. It is a transparency statute to allow the public to access the records of public agencies, and public agencies is defined very broadly, which is the reason why we're talking about it here. So the public can access copies of records held within a public agency's possession, and then under many circumstances, the public agency is obligated to provide copies of those records to the interested member of the public. It does not require disclosure of all records. So, for example, attorney-client advice, personnel records, confidential business information, many of those sort of things are exempted from the ambit of the Act. It does apply to this task force. So public agencies under the Act are local and state agencies, and that includes a state body. This is a state body for reasons that we discussed under Bagley-Keene. So the public could request records that are in the possession of the task force. Now, this does not extend to all records that you have in the many capacities you serve. This is limited to documents in the possession of the task force for task force purposes. So this is the documents that you have in wearing your hat as a task force member. In the event a member of the public requests records from the task force, CARB staff and the legal office here at CARB will work to process that request and ensure that we're within the confines of the law. Any questions on that front? I'll say that often when you think about the Public Records Act, you think about it applying to organizations like the Air Resources Board, where we have 1,700 staff members, and so we generate a lot of different records, and we get requests about those records with some frequency. Nevertheless, the Act does apply to state bodies like the task force, and so potentially a member of the public might request something. In that event, again, we'll work with you to handle the request appropriately. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Pa Chang. I will go over the task force charter.
Sorry, Gavin, we didn't actually introduce ourselves for the task force members of the audience, if that's helpful. Paul, why don't you start?
Oh, sure. My name is Pa Chang. I work in the office program. I will be the lead for this task force.
I'm Greg Mayer. I'm the manager of the offset program.
Oops. And I'm Jason Gray. I'm the chief of the cap and trade program here. So the three of us, and we have other folks, including David Holtz and others at ARB, who will be able to help provide some context and resources. But we're here to help you guys. So.
Hello. That's good. So I'll be providing an overview of the task force charter. The task force mission echoes what is required in AB 398. Its mission is to provide guidance to CARB in approving new offset protocols for the purposes of increasing offset projects with direct environmental benefits in California while prioritizing disadvantaged communities, Native American or tribal lands, and rural and agricultural regions. The disadvantaged communities is, next slide please, are defined as the top 25% scoring areas from Cal EnviroScreen, along with other areas with high amounts of pollution and low populations. As seen on this map, the Central Valley is an area of concern, as well as parts of Southern California and parts of Sacramento and Bay Area regions. So for the task force charter, it provides an overview of the task force's role and responsibilities, as well as CARB's role and responsibilities. The task force's role is to, like I mentioned earlier, to provide guidance to CARB in new offset protocols. The task force are to meet 2 times, this being the first meeting. The second meeting will be convened within 1 year. The task force will produce a final report. It will be mostly done within subgroups that will be formed later today. CARB's role is to provide logistical and technical support to ensure that the task force identify how its guidance, its potential offset protocols meet AB 32 requirements. Like I said, we'll meet, or the task force will meet 2 times, and the report will be publicly released sometime potentially in the fall, but I will go over that a little bit later on today. Do we want to go over code of conduct now, or? Oh, no. And we also have a facilitator from Sacramento State. The task force schedule, this is a proposed schedule by CARB, but this is something that will be discussed a little bit more in the afternoon among you folks. So as the charter mentions, there will be 2 meetings. This is the first meeting. The second meeting will convene later on within the year. At this first meeting, one of the objectives is to form subgroups or work groups, and within these subgroups, the bulk of the work will be, that's where the bulk of the work will be produced. That's where the bulk of work will be produced. The draft reports, or these subgroups will be forming or will be writing chapters or portions of the draft report. And then in the fall, those draft reports will be provided to CARB and the facilitator, and we will compile those into a report that will be released for public comment. And this comment period will be at least 30 days. At the final meeting, the task force will have a process for responding to comments and adopting the final report. This is proposed for sometime late fall, early winter. And then after that, there'll be a presentation to the board in early 2021. I will provide a background history of the Compliance Officer Program. Our climate targets are guided by a few key statutes and executive orders. In 2006, AB 32 set our initial goal of 2020 statewide emissions to return to 1990 levels. In 2016, SB 32 established a target that calls for a 40% reduction in greenhouse gases below 1990 levels by 2030. Lastly, Governor Schwarzenegger's executive order set a goal of an 80% reduction below 1990 levels by 2050. From the beginning and per AB 32, the Cap and Trade program is designed to achieve the maximum technologically feasible and cost-effective GHG emission reductions. It sets declining annual emissions caps and creates mechanisms to drive a steadily increasing carbon price to motivate the lowest cost reductions in the near term and create a long-term price signal to encourage investments in low-emitting and energy-efficient technologies. The program is a key part of the overall strategy to achieve the state's GHG reduction targets, and the 2017 scoping plan update found that a suite of policies that includes a cap and trade program is the most cost-effective path to achieve the 2030 target, 4 times less costly than the alternative approaches. The program is intended to work in conjunction with other established measures. The program covers about 80% of the state's emissions. To date, quarterly auctions have generated over $12 billion for the California climate investments, which is reinvested in California to reduce GHG emissions, strengthen the economy, and improve public health and the environment, particularly in disadvantaged communities. For projects implemented to date, 61% of investment have benefited disadvantaged communities. The cap and trade program has some key design features. They include multi-year compliance periods, which provides increased compliance flexibility. Allowance banking, which allows participants to hold allowances and use them for compliance in a later period. Allowance allocation to industrial sources for transition assistance and leakage prevention. Auction price floor that ensures a steady and increasing carbon price that provides a clear signal and prompts businesses to monitor and take actions to reduce GHG emissions. Allowance price containment reserve. This is an allowance reserve account which allows covered entities access to allowances at set prices as a hedge against higher costs. Offsets, which offer additional low-cost emissions reduction opportunities. Offsets are limited to 8% of a covered entity's compliance obligation through 2020, and then 4% and 6% thereafter. Offsets are an essential part of the cap and trade program's cost containment. The offsets program is designed to increase compliance flexibility and contain costs associated with complying with cap and trade program requirements, because offset credits are expected to cost less than allowances. They are an important cost containment tool in the cap and trade program. Currently, entities may use offset credits to meet a maximum of 8% of its compliance obligation through 2020. AB 398 reduced the offsets usage limit post-2020. Calendar year emissions for 2021 to 2025 will have an offset credit usage limit of 4%, and calendar year emissions for 2026 to 2030 have an offset usage limit of 6%. Pursuant to AB 398, for compliance, no more than 1/2 of an entity's quantitative offset usage limit may be sourced from projects that do not provide direct environmental benefits in the state, or DEBs. The definition of DEBs is the reduction or avoidance of emissions of any air pollutant in the state, or reduction or avoidance of any pollutant that could have an adverse impact on waters of the state. These benefits are beyond the GHGs that are credited. Compliance offset credits can come from multiple sources. They can be issued directly by CARB. They can be issued by a linked regulatory program, such as Quebec. And lastly, offset credits can come from a sector-based crediting program. To date, no sector-based crediting has been approved. Each linkage is subject to a rulemaking and stakeholder process. Offset credits issued under a compliance offset protocol must meet AB 32 requirements. GHG reductions must be real, additional, quantifiable, permanent, verifiable, and enforceable. The additional criteria means, in the context of offset credits, GHG reductions or removals that exceed any GHG reduction or removals otherwise required by law, regulation, or legally binding mandate. Furthermore, it must exceed what would otherwise occur in a business as usual scenario. This includes technology or GHG abatement practices that are widely used. Common practice will not be considered additional. Only CARB can issue compliance offsets under its compliance offset protocols, and the board adopts these protocols during rulemaking. Offset credits cannot be issued for GHG emission reductions from sources covered by the cap. This means GHG reductions come from sources outside the industrial, energy, or transportation sectors. When CARB considers potential offset protocols, we consult with other linked jurisdictions. In the development of the compliance offset program, staff conducted numerous meetings. These meetings included discourse with counterparts from international and domestic programs. Staff also held meetings with stakeholders from California, from industry, environmental groups, air districts, market participants, voluntary offset programs. Staff conducted numerous workshops and technical working groups to develop the design of the offset program and its compliance offset protocols. Prior to adopting any protocol, workshops or technical meetings are undertaken to discuss the development of a potential offset protocol and to receive stakeholder input. Over the years, CARB has updated the regulation and compliance offset protocols multiple times. During each iteration, CARB solicits stakeholder comments. Next slide. With respect to compliance offset protocol development, each protocol goes through a regulatory process. This includes a stakeholder process where CARB holds public workshops or technical meetings to discuss developments of protocols and to solicit stakeholder input. It then undergoes a formal rulemaking process where staff report and proposed protocol texts are made available for comment. Lastly, the proposed protocol is presented to the board at a regularly scheduled board hearing for consideration and approval. Protocols taken to the board for adoption will consist of standardized methods that quantify reductions based on specific criteria and pre-established calculation methods. This approach streamlines the calculation of project baselines, quantification of GHG emissions reductions, and determination of the additionality of projects by using standard eligibility criteria to ensure projects are additional. This standardization can vary by region within the geographic scope of a protocol. By establishing the standardized criteria in the compliance offset protocol, there is less subjectivity by verifiers or offset project developers as to whether a project may be additional, and this supports consistent quantification rigor in the offset program. Lastly, the board will only adopt one protocol for each project type. Offset credits can only come from sectors outside of the cap. In other words, sectors covered by the cap and trade program are not eligible. GHG emissions reductions associated with electricity generation, industrial sources, and fuel distribution would not be eligible. For example, energy-related projects such as the installation of solar panels would not be eligible for offsets, as the actual emission reductions are associated with power generation, and all electricity generation is already covered under the cap and trade program. Similarly, transportation fuels are covered in the program, so CARB will not adopt a protocol for cleaner vehicle fleets. That leaves eligible sectors or activities within primarily agricultural and natural lands, as well as high global warming potential gases. Furthermore, only allowing GHG emissions reductions outside the cap avoids double counting. AB 293 directs the task force to consider offset generation from enhanced management or conservation of agricultural and natural lands, and from the enhancement and restoration of wetlands. Currently, CARB has adopted 6 project types. U.S. forests, which has been updated multiple times and was first adopted in 2011, and then updated and adopted again in 2014 and 2015. The Urban Forest Protocol was adopted in 2011. Livestock digesters was adopted in 2011 and updated in 2014. Ozone depleting substances updated in 2014, but first adopted in 2011. Mine methane capture adopted in 2014, and rice cultivation adopted in 2015. These protocols were originally developed for the voluntary offset market. CARB modified them and took them to rulemaking and subsequent board approval in order to be utilized for the compliance officer market. These protocols have clear and enforceable requirements. As of February 26, CARB has issued 171 million officer credits. The majority of credits are from forest projects. They make up about 80% of all credits. ODS projects make up about 13%, and the mine, methane capture, and livestock projects make up 4% each. The offset credits come from projects across the country. Credits from California make up about 15% of all credits issued. And in California, almost all credits come from forest projects, and the remaining are from livestock projects.
So our next slide is going to go into some of the litigation history, and I know David is on his way back. He had to move his car. But I see that there's a question here from Robert. Maybe we can take that first.
Thank you, Jason. Clarification question on slide 20. When you say board will not adopt, will adopt one protocol for each project type. So I take that to mean that you wouldn't have two different types of forestry protocols or livestock protocols with different criteria. You would merge those all into one. Is that correct?
That's right. So for example, our forest protocol has 3 different activity types, but that is our forest protocol. We don't have a second forest protocol. We have updated the protocol to make updated versions of it, but that's right.
So at what point do you then make that distinction? Because so there are 3 types in the forest protocol, but then you have an urban forest protocol. So, I start thinking about it from like a livestock perspective, and say we think about an enteric methane protocol. It seems to me that that would be a separate protocol because it's different enough, even though it would it could happen at a dairy operation. So it'd be helpful to understand kind of how you're thinking about that, how you would, what you really are driving at with that point.
So this is Greg Mayer. So the project activity would be different in those situations. So you have a digester in our livestock protocol, and you would have, say, some sort of feed additive in the enteric fermentation protocol. So there are 2 distinct activities which would require 2 distinct protocols. So another example, we currently have an ODS protocol where we call for the destruction of ODS. It's foreseeable. Maybe there could be protocols where you could swap out a high GWP refrigerant with a low GWP refrigerant, and that would be a separate activity type. We'll talk a little bit more about that later because there are some additionality concerns because of state and federal laws on refrigerant swapping, but there are multiple activity types that occur at a single location that could result in separate protocols. Does that make sense?
So I was with you until you got to swapping out the refrigerants.
So
if you're swapping out refrigerants, you're saying that would be a separate protocol versus the ODS because the ODS is destroying them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the activity is different. It's the swap versus the destruction, or the enteric versus the digester, or urban versus non-urban forest protocol. So they're separate types of activities. The urban and forest protocols are a little similar, but they're occurring in different locations.
Follow-up question on the same topic. There's a number of livestock practices that are not digesters and are not feed additives, but do reduce methane and recognized by the state as if a protocol were developed for those, would it be added to the digester protocol, or would it also be its own distinct protocol?
That's something we could discuss, or you could provide guidance on. I've heard about solid separation or volatile solid separation prior to going into the lagoon, which would reduce the methane. We could either look at that as an addition to the existing livestock protocol or as a completely separate protocol type. And some of the quantification methodologies would be similar, i.e. setting the baseline would be identical in both those situations, so it might make sense to incorporate it in, or for ease, we might have them as separate protocols. So those are things that you guys can provide guidance to us on.
Okay. Thank you.
And really what we're trying to do is provide the context for how the protocols have been developed, what legal constraints and kind of policy and regulatory constraints we've been under. These are provided for your context. I mean, so you guys, it's up to you in terms of the recommendations. We may have to say that one for some AB 32 reason is an additional or what have you. But really that's not a constraint on your recommendations. It's a constraint on us. And we're just trying to provide that context.
Quick follow-up then. I'm understanding that we're not constrained from suggesting, for example, that the livestock protocol just be called a livestock protocol and it would have a section on digester practices and non-digester practices, or separation or something like that. We could recommend that. You're not suggesting that, oh no, it absolutely has to be in a different area.
No, I think that's well within your authority to recommend. So, if we don't have questions, we can probably skip to the additionality section and go back to David's when he arrives. Oh, well, we were going to hold audience questions to the end of the presentation, if that's okay, just because you have to come up and down and I'll slow things down. All right, so Paul, you want to?
When proposing new protocols, some considerations to keep in mind is the project activity additional. Namely, is it already business as usual? For example, wastewater treatment is considered business as usual. Is the project already legally required? For example, landfill gas capture in California, the gas from landfills are required to be captured. Is the project activity covered by the cap? For example, electrification is covered by the cap, and as mentioned earlier, installation of solar panels would be considered under the cap because of it is power generation. So AB 293 directs the task force to look at agricultural lands and wetlands. Does the design support the permanence of soil sequestration? When considering new project types, are there existing methods to accurately quantify emissions reductions? Have these methods been tested in practice? And when thinking about updates to existing compliance officer protocols, how would these updates that you guys are considering further support AB 398 or AB 293 requirements? AB 398 being looking at increasing officer projects within the state of California while prioritizing disadvantaged communities, native or tribal lands, as well as rural and agricultural regions. And AB 293 specifically directs the task force to look at natural and agricultural lands as well as wetlands, as well as provide recommendations to CARB for grouping landowners together for development of offset projects.
All right, we'll come back to these questions we thought would be at least useful to frame up things you guys could discuss. Again, up to you to go beyond that or stick to those if you'd like. But we'll go back to the litigation history real quick.
Hi, it's David Holtz again, and thanks for being willing to accommodate the one slide change in order. So this is the slide that the chair of the task force should really be covering instead of myself. I was actually.
I'll correct you if you step out of line.
Okay, yeah, I feel like this is a test. I only arrived at CARB at the very tail end of this litigation, but I'll do my best. So this is, so we were sued regarding our offset protocols. The lawsuit was filed in 2012, and the focus of the lawsuit was on whether our offset requirements met the statutory requirements under AB 32, particularly related to the additionality and permanence criteria. the published decision, as I'll talk about below, really focuses in on additionality. CARB, for its part, argued that we acted within our authority granted under AB 32. I would say, as a side note, that there's a fair bit of case law which stands for the proposition that CARB's authority under AB 32 is quite broad, that the legislature delegated to CARB the task of figuring out how to take on this very monumental challenge of reducing greenhouse gases, and as part of that challenge, how it would go about interpreting the criteria for greenhouse gas reductions, including additionality and permanence. So the trial court ruled in our favor, the appellate court ruled in our favor, and the Supreme Court of California denied review. All of these cases were in the state of California, in California State Court. So it was a trifecta from our perspective. We prevailed in the litigation. The Intermediate Appellate Court issued a decision that was published. I provide the citation here. And the Appellate Court decision noted that our standards-based approach to offsets, here quoting, establishes objective criteria for evaluating whether a specific type of project satisfies the additionality requirement. So by standards-based approach, that is sometimes seen in contrast to a project-based approach, and that's something that you all may be familiar with from the Kyoto Protocol experience with the Clean Development Mechanism. That attempted, in brief, to suss out whether a particular project would have gone forward or not without the financial incentives provided by the offset. That led to a lot of very difficult counterfactual questions about what would have happened or would not have happened without those financial incentives. CARB took a different approach. We took a standard-based approach that relies on objective criteria for determining whether the action that is occurring is already required by law or is business as usual. And the court found that to be an approach that was objective and allowed for enforcement to ensure that the offsets were following the law. I provide another quote that's, kind of provides further color as to what some of the benefits of this standard-based approach to offsets. And again, kind of the broad point here is that this is something that the court found was fully within CARB's authority under AB 32. And here I'm not quoting directly from the court, but the court found made sense. The court used language that talked about the standards-based approach with approval. So, are there any questions on that? Any clarifications from the chair?
I would just add that some groups intervened on the side of CARB in that litigation, and I think that was very useful, including some environmental groups and EDF, Nature Conservancy, and I think Nature Conservancy was an amicus, and then some industry groups as well. So it was a broad coalition supporting it, and not to get too deep into the legal weeds, but when parties challenge agency decisions, they're kind of a two-step process for review where they say whether you acted within the scope of your authority at all, and then secondarily, if you did you abuse your discretion? As David noted, AB 32 gave the agency quite a large amount of discretion in fashioning up programs. And so the plaintiffs in the case really tried to argue that the agency just acted completely outside the scope of its authority That was their lead argument, and that didn't, hold up well. But anyway, it was a long and interesting process, and there are a lot of other small things I could add, but I'll leave it at that.
There is a question or comment from JP.
I'm wondering about business as usual, whether how that is is objective. Is there are we going to get some sort of a primer from ARB on how they do business as usual, which we could use as some kind of guidance as we're looking at putting together our recommendations?
So I think one of the best examples of how we evaluate business as usual was the mine methane capture initial statements of reasons that that we included as part of your kind of briefing packet for this. We did an analysis of all the practices that were proposed under the protocol and the percentage of mines that were currently adopting those. And we found I can't remember the exact percentage, but in one of the situations, direct pipeline injection of the mine methane gas was done by a significant number of the existing projects. So we determined that was a business as usual practice. So we didn't have a criteria like a certain percentage that we were looking at, but we were looking a large percentage or a large number of the people who participate already doing that practice, and that's something that you can provide some input on as part of the task force process.
Quick follow-up. Do we have discretion to look at these mitigation measures in terms of their effectiveness? There's some things that all belong sort of in a similar category. You mentioned separation earlier, but there's types of separation that perform far, far better than other types of separation. So if we evaluate only through the lens of business as usual as percentage of operations that adopted, we might miss an important criterion, which would be something like who's adopted above something that performs above a certain standard versus something that performs well below that.
That's exactly what we did for the mine methane. We looked at all the different practices from simply flaring on site, production of electricity or heat, or pipeline injection, and determined only that the pipeline injection was the issue. We didn't automatically say, no, you can't capture gas because a large percentage of people are injecting by pipeline. So you could look at 3 different methods potentially for solid separation and say, hey, 90% of the people are doing this one, that one's off the table, but maybe no one or very few are adopting these newest, latest, greatest techniques or technologies, and then those could be something that we could consider for protocol.
I would just add one more comment about the litigation. I do want to point out that the plaintiffs in the case were people with whom I had worked in the past and for whom I had a great deal of respect and still do, and that their point, which I didn't disagree with, and was that if offset reductions are illusory, then that doesn't help the cap and trade program. And we disagreed with them about whether the way the protocols were constructed led to illusory reductions, but we didn't disagree with the point that they need to be real and permanent and additional. And so part of the challenge that we face and the task ahead of us is to develop recommendations for reductions that really are not illusory, and so that the shared goal remains.
Great, thanks. And let's go back to the question slides again. So you guys in the public, we all have copies of this. We're just trying to help frame up some questions. When Greg mentioned the briefing materials earlier, I think we pulled from our public website stuff. So if anyone has questions on that, we're happy to point to those again. But these are already great questions, and we're just in the beginning of the day, so really appreciate that. I think we have a final slide here on some contact information for some of the staff up here. So as David mentioned, any other question as we go forward, please feel free to reach out to us.
And just to reiterate for the public watching via the webcast, all questions should be submitted to the Offset Task Force email. That was in the listserv, but just want to reiterate that. We have access to that in the room. We'll print out the questions and provide them to Gavin so he can publicly announce any questions or comments that you might have regarding the meeting.
And that's offsettaskforce@arb.ca.gov.
So I think we were going to take a 10-minute break now for people to use the bathroom or stretch your legs. And then we'll come back at 10:43.
And I think the idea was if there are more questions at that time, that we've got that space there.
Are you going to be taking? It's not really cold.
Yeah.
The introduction?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't get to see you very often, but I know you're all
He's controlling the PowerPoint, I guess. That's funny.
Walk for a while.
Yeah.
This topic.
Yeah. 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 No, I was just started working at the AG's office in about 2000, and so was kind of on the front end of their greenhouse gas stuff. So the vehicle standards, that litigation occurred, and I worked on that. Low carbon fuel standard, and worked on that litigation, and the cap and trade program, and there were about 3 separate lawsuits about the cap and trade program, different parts of the cap and trade program.
And
so.
you're an attorney?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so, no, it was just kind of right place, right time, I guess, or wrong place, wrong time, whichever.
Yeah.
But no, I find it, I'm not the policymaker or the technical person. I really just, ARB did all the work, and then I just defend it. So this for me is interesting because not that I'm a policymaker now, but it's a different role to be kind of thinking out, okay, how do we do this, which is more their job, so, but I'm glad of the range of experience and subject matter expertise is good here, I think. And I think there is a lot of room to develop, and thinking how we're going to get to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. Yeah. Right. Yeah, no. Yeah, absolutely. Right.
It's not elementary.
I think we're ready to come back on session. Are you ready? You guys ready to go? Okay. So I think, are we going to resume with a discussion of the schedule? Is that our next item? No.
I think we're going to have public comments on the presentation.
Oh, okay, great.
And
Let's do
then
that.
you guys go into the discussion of the schedule.
Sure.
Yeah, informal operating procedures, then schedule, I guess. Okay.
Sorry, we're trying to get the PowerPoint back up on the screen, and we're having some technical difficulties. Apologies.
So are we able to move to public comment while the screen's being dealt with, or did you want us all to wait while the screen's addressed?
Oh, there you go.
Got it? All right. So members of the public, we need to rise to get to the microphone. If members of the public who wanted to make a comment. So that way all the viewers can hear your thoughts and comments as well. And if you can, if folks can state their name and their organization at the outset, that's helpful.
Hello. Happy to be here. My name is John Costantino, and I am a advocate for a few entities that address the carbon program. I used to be here at ARB and was part of the original scoping plan team, so I have a big history in this program. Today I'm specifically speaking about a group called VERA, the Verified Emissions Reductions Association. It's a group of folks that got together to educate lawmakers when AB 398 was being debated. And as you know, one of the questions on the table was, do you want to even include offsets? And I'm happy to report that 398 includes offsets, and the legislature made it clear that offsets are an important part of the program for all the reasons that ARB has stated in the past. Cost containment, flexibility, other environmental benefits. We all know that offsets are real and permanent and they're rigorous, but it also does something else that, when you regulate, you can only get to where the level of the regulation allows. But offsets allow other people to think about ways to bring in capital, to bring in projects, and really improve the reduction efforts that are going on. A couple of my members are here. They may or may not speak right now, but I think we're going to have other opportunities to speak. So I don't want to take too much time. But can you go to slide 24, Paul? I'm sorry. I just wanted to make one comment on that. So it says that in-state ARB offset development is limited to forestry and livestock. I would make the clarification that there's a lot of ODS work being done in California, including collection in disadvantaged communities, jobs that are created, offices that are opened up. And even though the destruction, it's hard to permit an incinerator here in California, so the destruction is elsewhere and the project location is listed elsewhere, there is ODS work being done in California that is creating, as Antonio mentioned, good jobs in California. I did have a technical question. That offset protocol task force email, that doesn't go to does that go to the task force or does that go to ARB? And if I send something there, would it get to the task force?
Yeah, so that email goes to my staff, and we make sure that it gets to the task force as needed. We want to make sure we're not getting any Bagley-Keene issues with the serial communication. But I would use that email to get questions to us that we can then make sure the task force gets appropriately. If it's for the task force, if it's something for staff, we'll respond to that.
Great. And lastly, I want to note that the VERA has a website, californiaoffsets.com. It's all the materials we put together for legislators and the public for AB 398. It's available for your use. Some of it's a little dated, but it definitely has an FAQ and questions like that you could use as a resource. And I know there'll be a lot of interaction with stakeholders. My members are all of the major protocols, mine, methane, forestry, and ODS. And we encourage if you have technical questions, improvement questions, that we're available to help. And lastly, the idea that it's more than just new protocols, it's ways to improve in-state reductions, whether that be more utilization of offsets or more development of offsets. I think that's really the charter here. And so thinking about that, how to make the program better and more useful should certainly be on the table. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Susan Wood, and I'm here on behalf of Denton, which is a law firm, and one of our clients named True Manufacturing. On one of the slides here, there was discussed the possibility of the high GWP gases, and I am the author of, or we are the author of, the advanced refrigeration methodology that is with the American Carbon Registry, which gives voluntary offset credits for the I think the word was swapping out of refrigerants. So the high GWP refrigerants swapped out with low GWP refrigerants. And we're in the process of doing at least 3 projects right now that are going to create almost 1 million tons. We have spoken with the ARB. with CARB about this protocol being considered at one point to be a compliance protocol. So I would like to offer up as a stakeholder, my experience with this and any advice that I can have, that I can give as you look at protocols such as refrigerants or other high GWP gases. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. My name is Barbara Haya. I'm a researcher at UC Berkeley, and I've studied offset outcomes on the ground for over almost 20 years now, starting with the Kyoto Protocol's offset program and more recently studying California's forest offset protocol. And I'll just as you're thinking about additionality, here are a few thoughts to consider. So one is that ARB has taken a good approach by doing a standardized approach rather than protocol by protocol. If you look at the Kyoto Protocol's offset program, large majority of those projects don't actually reduce emissions. A recent report came out commissioned by the EU Commission, putting that number at 85% of projects had questionable additionality. Under a standardized approach, instead of assessing additionality on a project-by-project basis, it provides the opportunity to look at the protocol as a whole and the entire set of projects that are expected to generate credits or ex post have generated credits. Things to think about are, here's the definition of additionality under AB 32, that all credits from offsets have to be in addition to any greenhouse gas emissions reduction otherwise required by law or regulation, and any other greenhouse gas emission reduction that otherwise would occur. So it's not just business as usual, but it has to be by law, anything that hasn't otherwise occurred. And thinking about, so for example, the forest protocol, it sets as a baseline, for the most part, for most projects, the average for that forest type, by definition, half of forest carbon is on land that holds more than average carbon. That's just to say, which means that forest land that's participating, forest land owners that have already been managing their land to hold more than average carbon per acre can now participate without changing their forest management practice. So when you're thinking about additionality, I would encourage focusing on project types that are not going forward to a substantial degree on their own, or project types where the income from offsets is expected to dramatically increase or substantially increase the number of reductions achieved by that project type, so that we can really see afterwards a real increase in the numbers of those projects that far exceeds what was expected to happen under business as usual. And just to say that's different from the approach that ARB has taken yet, and I think it's lessons learned that we can apply in the future. And also just to say additionality is really important. That it's, I would encourage you to take additionality seriously, because if not, it could mean that we're crediting many more reductions than we're actually achieving.
Hi, good morning. Kevin Townsend with Blue Source. I'm really excited about the work that you guys are going to be doing and the convening of this task force. And further to Mr. Costantino's comments, I just wanted to point out that although most of the talk so far has been around new offset protocols, which is a worthwhile endeavor, there are other opportunities for this task force to consider in order to both improve environmental stringency and integrity, but also investment in emission reduction projects that will have a direct environmental benefit to the state of California. And those would be looking at the existing body of protocols and thinking about ways to enhance them, and also just actually looking at other elements of the offset program itself outside of the body of protocols that can remove obstacles to investment and, again, improve integrity. So thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Caitlin Rodner-Sutter with Environmental Defense Fund. Thank you for the really helpful background presentation, and I'm really thrilled to see this group come together and to start this process. Just for background, Environmental Defense Fund has been supportive of the use of really high integrity offsets because of the real environmental benefits that they can provide when they're done well. And California has really been a leader in this space in developing protocols that are real and additional and verifiable and enforceable and all of that. And so I'm looking forward to following this group and working with this group in continuing to develop protocols that not only uphold those very stringent environmental standards, but especially now with the charter of this group looking towards how these protocols can further benefit tribal communities in California as well as the state's most disadvantaged communities. So thank you very much for working on this, and EDF looks forward to partnering with you on this as well.
My name is Adam Livingston. I'm Director of Planning and Policy at Sequoia Riverlands Trust. We are a land trust focusing on habitat and farmland conservation in the Southern Sierra and Southern San Joaquin Valley. And I wanted to echo some of the comments that have been made. Just we're very grateful that the task force is convened and definitely looking forward to working with you. And just wanted to be sure, I know that in terms of the backgrounds of some of the members of the panel, it seems like there's a strong emphasis on forestry in particular, but we do want to be sure that soil carbon and conservation and restoration more broadly are part of the discussion, and certainly that's a part of the discussion we would be happy to contribute to. So just wanted to thank you again, and again, we look forward to working with you.
Okay, anyone else in the room who wants to comment? Were there any comments submitted through the webcast? Or
We just
questions,
had
rather?
one comment, and they just needed a speaker name, and we'll provide that back to them.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, we have one comment. They just needed the name of the second speaker, and we can provide that back to them via email.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, well, that's it for there will be a second opportunity for comment in the afternoon. So we'll close that out. And I think now we're going to talk about the internal, what? Oh, sorry, question. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning. Just a quick question in regards to direct environmental benefit. As under AB 398, it talks about that specifically. And as we think about either adjusting existing protocols or new protocols, where is ARB staff on direction around what is a direct environmental benefit? That would be helpful to understand, I think.
Great, thanks for the question, David. Greg may jump in here with a little more detail, but we recently, well, I guess it was a year and a half ago, went through a rulemaking to start to implement AB 398, in particular, also related to the direct environmental benefits requirement. If you go to slide 16, there you go. That second to last bullet on the bottom comes from AB 398, and it's what we built into the cap and trade regulation. So a direct environmental benefit to the state is that definition. Anything that reduces or avoids an emission of any air pollutant in the state, or reductions or avoidance of any pollutant that could have an adverse impact on waters of the state. So those are project types, protocol types, project types that would achieve those in addition to the greenhouse gases that are credited under a protocol. In the regulatory design phase and through the public comment process, we at the staff level and then the board approved determined that projects that are physically located in the state provide those direct environmental benefits. We also specified a process for projects that may not be within the boundaries of the state to submit scientific documentation showing how they provide these types of additional benefits as well. We haven't yet had any public decision on any or any board decision on any specific project type. We're expecting that folks will start applying and submitting documentation to demonstrate they can provide DEBs in the shorthand. And we'll have to make a determination through our senior leadership here in terms of does that meet it under the regulation and the statute. So we still have some work to do on that, but those that are physically located in a state has been determined to meet the DEBs requirement. And again, if there's scientific information, I think you guys are really well situated to get information from experts, from the public, from yourselves on what you think that would mean. So we look forward to hearing your recommendations on that as well as we continue to work forward on our side. Hope that helps.
Okay, thanks. And thank you again to all the commenters and to everyone attending. Appreciate the input. And we're now going to talk about the internal operating procedures that we're going to follow, and Ariel is going to lead the discussion on that.
So apologies to the members of the public for this. Doesn't show very much anyway. So once again, everybody should have in their packet operating procedures. It's a draft document. And before I start, I also wanted to introduce my colleague, Corin Chopin, who's taking notes for us today. So that's the facilitation team. Just wanted to make sure you knew both of us. And once again, I'm Ariel. My mic is supposed to be on, but you're not hearing it. Is that the case? Okay. Oh dear, I've never encountered that issue before. All right. May I get a mic from a member of... That mic was not working very well, so thank you. Thanks, Jason. Is that better? Oop, no. Is that better? Great. All right. It's too bad we're encountering some mics that are not so loud. All right. So what Gavin and CARB staff and the facilitation team has tried to do, given that you have a 2-meeting framework, we've tried, now it's too loud, isn't it? We've tried to develop a system that will best support you all, but support you all in encouraging you to use your full autonomy. So what we've done, we've developed draft operating procedures that are just, framework to help you all understand who's doing what. And this is a draft, so it's here for you all to consider and tweak as you will so that we have a final set of operating procedures for the task force. So a lot of this is fairly routine, but in some of these cases, you may prefer to do something different. So I'll introduce each section and leave space for you all to frame if there's something you'd like to do a little bit differently. Once again, under membership, we just wanted to note, CAR will be providing you with an internal roster so that you can communicate with each other, right, with your email addresses. And then, as members of the public asked for, under process, the first one, meeting matters, we're calling out that the task force will offer an opportunity for members of the public to comment on each substantive agenda item. And so that will help to inform you on your discussion and deliberation. And then we've laid out, under the informal subgroup work, once again, we were just trying to think through a way that would support how you might want to work. And some of this echoes what David has mentioned, so that you all can volunteer for the subgroups. The process that we're looking to do in the afternoon is for you all to identify topics of importance, and we were thinking if they are reflective of chapters of your final report, that would support the subgroup members in doing their pieces of work in a way, right? Because under Bagley-Keene, you can't be associating with each other. So you would identify your key report topics, and those would be the subgroup topics. You could volunteer if you want to sit on more than one. The facilitation team hadn't seen that as an issue. We can discuss that more. You can decide on that on your, among yourselves when we go to that item. And we thought that there could be at least one lead per subgroup to serve as the contact and to help to organize meetings, and that the subgroup would be reaching consensus or seeking to reach consensus in its deliberations. What we're proposing for the task force, which we'll talk about further down, sort of as a consensus-seeking model, and that the subgroups could invite experts or folks to provide information. Does all that make sense? Is there anything you all could see that would be better to do differently? And we can keep on going down, so your thoughts may develop as well. So then, as mentioned, the subgroups would complete their draft content for the full task force. You all would submit that to CARB. CARB and the facilitation team will put that into a draft final report that the full task force and the public can look at. And then in your second meeting, you will not only be hearing from the public, you'll be hearing from each other, right? That's your opportunity to weigh in on the products of the other task forces, informal subgroups. And so the idea would be you're able to reach consensus at your second meeting on your report at a, not a wordsmithing level, but a content conceptual, level, so that you're able to give direction to staff on how you want the report finalized. Does that seem like a reasonable approach? Okay, so that's kind of the process piece. Once again, this was with your 2 meetings. This was the process that we sort of thought might best support you all in getting your work done. The roles and responsibilities section is fairly routine items, but you may, if you have a question, want to know who's doing what. I think Gavin's role, the one sort of unique piece is that the chair would be able to serve as an informal external speaker on behalf of the full task force. As noted, we're taking notes and developing meeting summaries, and we have another role of ensuring that you all have an inclusive discussion so that all the varying perspectives of the task force members and the public are brought into the room and supported. And a key piece for CARB staff, as mentioned, is CARB staff is the point of contact for the full task force through the email address. So those items are fairly routine. Then in terms of decision-making, we're offering this consensus-seeking decision-making model, which we think could be a helpful tool for you all. And what we found is, rather than a group needing to decide yes or no on items, that it's often helpful to think of sort of the range of your perspective on it. You may fully support an item, or on the other hand, you might support most of the items and be willing to sort of live with those items. You may alternatively disagree with certain parts and want to make changes. And sort of the approach of this consensus-seeking model is if you do have disagreements, it's your responsibility and accountability to propose something different that you think can potentially get consensus, right? So the goal is for everybody to be thinking about the different perspectives among the task force members and what it's going to take to find those win-win approaches so you all can get to a place of agreement. So if we have qualified disagreement, that's if, somebody has significant disagreement, then they're responsible to suggest a proposal. And then there's fundamental disagreement. I disagree, and not only do I disagree, I want to stand in the way of this moving forward. That's how strong my disagreement is. Those folks, once again, are responsible to offer an alternative proposal they think can get consensus. And so under this model, the idea is that you've reached consensus when a majority of the members are at support, and only a minority of members are at the qualified disagreement stage. Qualified disagreement means, I don't like this, but okay, I can live with it. I don't want to block it. That's kind of what consensus is sometimes. It's not everybody's wonderful and we're all thrilled to death, but we can live with something. And that if alternatives are proposed, that you've all had a chance to discuss and really think through them, and that a minority perspective is summarized somewhere in the report if there's a strong minority perspective. So does that seem like a workable, it's a tool for you all as a decision-making model. And then the last part are just our meeting ground rules. Sometimes we call them meeting agreements, and they're just a framework to help support you all to have a robust and hearty discussion by knowing that you can focus on the issues and not the people. I think you all understand these things, but I think these, if you all, I mean, these are fairly minor items, but if folks have differences in wording, they're happy, please, I'll put up my email address and you can send them along to me. We can refine those. They're basic items like please avoid editorials. Come into the discussion with the idea that you may disagree strenuously with somebody, but all ideas and points of view have value, and we're all sort of here to try to understand those different perspectives, and please engage with respect. Honor time, share the floor. If you have a side conversation you need to have, please take it outside. Please turn your electronic devices to silent or vibrate. So, and please be comfortable. And there's, I think, did we add this one? I don't know if we did. We often put in humor is welcome as long as it's no one else at no one else's expense. I actually don't think I did have that one here, but that's helpful sometimes. And the idea is that everybody is responsible for enforcing these meeting agreements or ground rules, so we all own them together. So anyway, those are sort of the operating procedures that we have proposed. We may have missed something that you think is an effective piece. And Connie, I think you had something you want to say. Do you need a mic?
Can you pass down the mic?
Well, yeah, one limped home.
So, this all looks fine. My question is back on process and maybe a little more sort of fundamental to the committee's work. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like we have 2 meetings, right? So somehow between this meeting and the fall, the work groups, so the informal subgroups are going to be busy bees doing our thing, summoning expert advice, whatever, and preparing a draft. And we all send that separately into the ARB and they stitch it together. And then it goes out to public comment before any of us have seen the whole report. We see it at the same time. And so we don't, any comments we have would be part of the public comment if we want to say something before the final meeting. And then At the final meeting, we all go through decision-making process and votes based on this consensus, level of consensus. And if we have alternatives, we have to come prepared to offer them at that meeting, and it all sort of gets baked at that meeting, and then it's done, right? This strikes me as an ambitious process for 2 meetings. It sort of cries out for 3, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding what this is saying.
Yeah, I think that it is just 2 meetings, so yeah, the work will occur in the meantime. I do think that to the degree you're on a subgroup, some of the consensus and figuring out what you agree with or don't agree with and the back and forth can occur within the confines of that subgroup. So, you may have, you support aspects of what's being put forth, but not all of it, and you have an alternative for some portion of it. That could be presented to everyone else, that, the subgroup has a recommendation regarding this topic, and that the subgroup, X amount of the subgroup supports this in full, and X amount does not, but has an alternative view. So then that would go out, that whole thing would go out for comment. And then to the degree you're not on a subgroup, yes, I think then that's when you see what the other subgroups have done. And at that point, you are essentially like a member of the public in terms of providing your views on what the other subgroup has come up with, which you may say, I don't have any comment, or you may say, I support it in full, or you may say, I hate it. And here's why. But to the degree you're within a subgroup, I think you have the opportunity to vet some of those issues during that process. So it's not, you're doing that all at the second meeting.
And I will say, I think one thing we're hoping to get to this afternoon is that you've identified the topics and that the full group has an opportunity to sort of weigh in on those topics to kind of give direction to the subgroup. So hopefully the subgroup is able to think in terms of, well, we have to bring this back to the full group, and how can we integrate things? I know it's not ideal. Yeah.
I agree completely that it's very ambitious and will be a large task. Also, to keep in mind that what this task force is providing is recommendations. We're not coming up with a fully baked protocol to just hand over to them. And so we will do our best to say, here's the subject matter area, here's how we think it could address the criteria that need to be addressed, and here's how we think it would benefit an environmental justice community if it does do that. What are co-benefits? So kind of laying out how it does or doesn't meet that. And, some people might think it does, some people might think it doesn't, but it's then incumbent upon ARB to take those recommendations, and if they decide to pursue a new protocol or a revised existing protocol, that would be then, they would take the information from this group and go through the full-on process of how they develop an offset protocol, which would be yet another opportunity for public participation and shaping of it. So, it would be a lot harder if we were trying to come up with just say, okay, we're going to give you 4 protocols at the end of this, or we're going to revise 3 and give you 2 new ones, or something like that. That would be, so I do think we are just trying to provide recommendations. And I think I like the consensus approach that Ariel came up with, because it sort of allows for expression of differing views that all gets recorded and all gets presented to the board. So even though the group may say, we recommend this, a person who doesn't agree with that recommendation gets to put in their 2 cents about why they think that's incorrect or shouldn't go forward. So, it's a consensus aiming approach, but, we're not going to not present something because every person doesn't agree. we're going to allow people, kind of like judges have a dissenting opinion, the information can be presented, and someone who has reservations can make sure that they're known to ARB before ARB does anything with the recommendation.
If I can just chime in with my takeaway here. So that suggests our subgroups recommendations should be pretty high level, pretty conceptual, because, one thing I've learned about offset protocols is the devil is in the details, and it's kind of going from that high level to something operational is a big, long process. So, I think it will be our challenge as a group to try to make our recommendations at a sort of manageable level of detail for what this process allows. Okay. Thank you.
So in terms of the queue, I think it was Neil, Robert, and then JP.
Thank you. Following up on what Gavin said, I think I would like to propose a bit of a modification in the procedure because we are not a decision-making body and we are offering guidance. I think it's often very helpful when receiving guidance to understand what the range of analyses and the complications behind that guidance is. And so rather than emphasizing a drive for consensus, I think our document should capture, to the extent possible, given that we can't go too far into the weeds, should try to capture the nuances of the issues that we're addressing. And, I know in policy and science both, we often have multiple viewpoints, and I think laying those out may be more useful to ARB than trying to drive towards some kind of a compromise consensus that may in fact underinform the ultimate decision-making process.
In other words, you're thinking like setting out pros and cons of different approaches that.
Yeah, there are different formats for it, but rather than trying to come to consensus on a document, laying out what are the sort of the range of options or the range of concerns plus benefits or whatever it may be.
So I'd like to echo Connie's impressions, is that I think that with the drafts coming out and those going public and then that becoming the final document, I am concerned that that's difficult to do in 2 meetings. It's kind of, ready, start, end. And so having that middle step in there that gives us a chance to really review, deliberate on the drafts before they become final, I think is really important. So I'm in, I guess to use the language, I'm in strong support of 3 meetings. I'm hearing a little bit of difference between Connie and Neil, and maybe it's just, it's perception. I understand where Connie's coming from of keeping things high level, and completely agree that the challenge of offsets is in the details. And I also appreciate Neil's concern about the nuances of the issues. I guess the way that I would frame it would be to try to look at the guardrails around it. So we're not going to be able to get into what the exact calculations are or some of the real nitty-gritty details, but I think the best that we can really do is to say, we can consider these types of things, but not those. So I think that it may be a little, I'm trying to look at the middle ground on this, of trying to make sure that what we're doing is making sure we don't make any big mistakes that cause problems for the people we represent, as well as the state, while at the same time making sure we give enough specifics that it's, not motherhood and apple pie.
I just thought I'd share a couple thoughts from the livestock working group process, because I think it might be instructive to some of the questions that are being raised here. one of the commonalities there was 3 subgroups. They were official subgroups, though, and they met in public. And then they all gave their reports to ARB, which had the job of stitching them all together and that sort of thing. There was surprisingly little to worry about after that process because the subgroups had done so much work. The real problem was in the subgroups to reach consensus, and then how do you characterize lack of consensus, as was discussed here. So I think it speaks to more meetings before the second meeting than having a lot of large group meetings, if it works out like that. A couple of tools we use to sort of provide an insurance policy. There were some concerns in the subgroups that, you know, ARB would possibly leave out something important that a subgroup felt was in their report as they tried to aggregate and condense those into a single report. And so folks asked for the original submissions to be preserved somewhere so that one could go and look at a link. And that also helps with public comments if they feel like something important was left out. So that's a possibility. And then really, we did not see, or at least I didn't see, and I think my co-chair colleague didn't see either, issues being raised by the larger group that hadn't already been raised in the subgroups. As long as those subgroups have the right representation on them, the major issues are going to get written, the disagreements are going to already have been brought up and resolved for the most part. The one comment I'd have on the range of how we present a range of options when there's disagreement, I do think it's helpful to at least try to characterize the weight and not try to put all of that stuff as, well, we had this idea and this idea and this idea. If 5 of 6 people agree that this seems to be the way to go, I think that's important information for folks to have. But I also think it makes sense to provide some explanation of what the disagreements and agreements are based on, so they can be evaluated.
Hi, Brian Nowicki. It sounds like we're starting to focus in on a consensus, I guess, of what the product is that we would like to end up with. So I would like to kind of reflect some of what Neil said earlier, as we now have had a little more chance to think about it, and that is there's 2 things. One is while I very much believe in the idea and the process of consensus, I do want to be careful with how we approach that, given that we are representing a lot of different interests here in the state, and not every working group, not every informal subgroup is necessarily going to represent all of those interests, and having anything come out, you know, showing a particular weight or balance of votes would need to ensure that you are representing all of these different interests, some of which maybe aren't even fully represented up here on the dais today. So that is one concern that I think that we can discuss later this afternoon, and just kind of talk a little more about the specifics of how we approach it. The second one, more broadly though, our job here, as I understood it, is absolutely not to try to develop any new protocols, and if it is, some of us are going to be overwhelmed, but to advise. And I believe that what we're going to find, and from the discussion that I've just heard here, laying out a document that lays out what those challenges are. It's much more valuable, I believe, to the process moving forward, rather than providing 3 ideas that have the greatest consensus or agreement among us, to lay out all of the options that we can dig into with the time available to us, and identify why some are more promising than others, the number of credits that might be available there, the cost balance that might be associated with that, as well as the risks as far as non-additionality and whatever. being able, to the extent that we can, dig into those issues and then basically serve it up in a way that's digestible both to the public and to ARB as they move forward on this process. Requires less of us negotiating amongst ourselves and more of us casting as broad a net as possible to bring in all the information, and then to the extent we can nail it down on a document, serve it up for ARB to deal with, but also then to start the hard work of figuring out which of those exactly they can actually get across the finish line. Thank you.
Go ahead, Emily.
Thanks. I feel like I'm going to lose that placard at some point over the course of the day today. I just wanted to, I think this has been a really useful discussion, and I think it seems like there has been a couple of opinions thrown out that 3 meetings might be more useful over the course of the year. And I think I would be supportive of that approach. I think, you know, we are a diverse membership, and we represent, you know, larger groups of people and stakeholders and interests. And I think having a robust process for receiving public input and stakeholder input will be really valuable to this process because we can't do it alone. And so it seems like having a meeting you know, to consider public comment, vet the draft report, and then return to our subgroups to work on incorporating that input, you know, could be quite valuable before trying to produce a report that presents the ranges of considerations, you know, maybe seeks to present consensus where we can achieve some, and you know, something that we can all feel good about as a task force presenting to ARB. So I would throw that out there because I've heard it from a couple folks on the task force at this point.
If I may follow up on that real briefly, that is not only an opportunity to solicit some more information, which I imagine that we are going to desperately want and need at that point. It also very likely makes our job easier in that building these informal subgroups, I think there's going to be a lot of anxiety about not being, any one of us, not being on all of those informal subgroups, not only making the workload heavier for everybody, but also then raising the issue of the quorum and having more than 6 people on any subgroup. One way out of that is to know that we're going to have a chance to see the other pieces before we head to that final draft. Otherwise, I anticipate some jockeying for a lot of folks that are going to feel like they want to be on multiple groups, and I'll leave it at that.
May I just ask the Air Board what is the constraint from your viewpoint as to why there's just 2? Is it fiscal? Is it your staff time? Is it lack of a meeting room? What drove this proposal?
I'll let Jason talk about that one, and then I can pick up on Brian's comments about whatever document you all are going to produce and opportunities for looking at that. But first, Jason.
Thanks. So I think the constraint that we feel we're under is the board adopted the charter that has a 2-meeting requirement in it. And I think that's just what our board adopted. We've been trying to figure out ways to make sure that there's an ability to have all the input that you guys are talking about, finding ways to do that conform to the sunshine laws. But that's really where the 2-meeting constraint is from the board-approved charter in appointing everybody. I think there's some potential flexibility in terms of what does the final meeting look like. is that a multi-day meeting? We do those for the board already. And also, I think David was going to talk about some of the areas of how to make sure that you guys are looking at the full report, including pieces you weren't on the subgroup, making sure ideas are all out there while conforming to the requirement to have that deliberation in public. So we thought through a couple of things, I think, to just put out on the table. It's really up to you all, but I'll turn it back over to David.
Yeah, so as to any sort of report you all are preparing, one approach that I think would be consistent with Bagley-Keene is that if you all create informal subgroups, the informal subgroups write text. That text is sent to CARB staff, who compiles it together into some sort of single product. That product is then made available to the task force members and the public at large at the same time. And then there could be an opportunity for the public to comment on that discussion draft. And then the public comments and the draft itself inform what you all look at and consider at a further meeting. I just would make one Bagley-Keene point is the public can certainly comment on any product that you all are preparing. I think it would be more prudent and more consistent with Bagley-Keene for you all to refrain from commenting on the fully compiled product until you're in a meeting. That would be consistent with Bagley-Keene, but you all can certainly read what we post and then come up with comments that you could then convey to the rest of the task force at the next meeting.
And David, I just wanted to get clarity. Were you suggesting that the subgroups could meet again after the public comment as subgroups? They just couldn't comment on it, but they could digest prior to a meeting? Or did I mishear that?
Yeah, so I didn't speak to that point. That could be, there's a lot of different ways to approach this. I mean, one way is that you all develop draft contributions on different subject matters. Those pieces are compiled into one product. That product goes out to the public, and you all have an opportunity to see it, and then you discuss it and decide, how to move forward at the second meeting. And so that would be one approach: is that the subgroups meet, then there's something that goes public, and then it's discussed publicly. As to making that more iterative, which I think is what you're suggesting, which would actually be putting something out that goes public, and then the subgroup takes that feedback and works with it some more. I mean, that is also, I guess, a possibility. I mean, we'd have to make sure that the public gets to see whatever it is that you all are working up. So what you're talking about would potentially involve 2 public comment periods. So, I mean, I guess there's a resources issue potentially that I don't, that I would defer to program on. But the key from a legal perspective is just that the public is able to look at whatever you all are developing collectively.
Thanks. I just thought that might have been what you were suggesting, but okay. So I think it was Neil, and then over on that side, I'm not sure it was Robert, and JP, I'm not sure who was first. But
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation and suggestions. So a couple of questions and comments. One is it not possible for us to request of ARB a third meeting? That was an ARB decision? I'm sorry, I'm completely ignorant of procedure here, so I'm throwing ideas out. But it does seem like there's a lot of interest in having a third meeting, and so I'm just wondering if ARB could revisit that at our request. If that is not a possibility, or if ARB denies that request, then I would say that I think an iterative process makes sense. I don't know that all the stakeholders can come to an in-person meeting in Sacramento. It's a big state. And so I think it does make sense to focus more on written than on in-person comments, but I also take it that those are complementary and not entirely a substitute for each other. And so I think a third meeting would be ideal. So if, I guess my second one is just a comment that if we can't get a third meeting, then this iterative process that was just described sounds like a good compromise.
And I'll just jump in on one point that you made as to a comment period. Typically for like documents that go before the board, we have a public comment period that we make available on our website and through a notice, and so people can submit comments electronically. And I think a similar process could work here if that makes sense to you all as the task force.
Yeah, Neil, on the request for a third meeting, I think our understanding is we're constrained by the board's decision in the charter, but we'll confer over the break and see if it is a possibility, and we'll report back to you guys after the break. I think it's great to already think of contingencies of those or iterative processes, but we'll get back to you.
So, I hope that we have a situation that JP mentioned with the Dairy and Livestock Working Group where all concerns that are raised in the subgroups or in the broader group got raised in the subgroups. But have you guys thought about what happens if there is significant disagreement at the overall group on key issues coming out of it? So you've got the subgroups. They bring their drafts forward, and then there's people that, they have significant disagreements with those. That seems like that's, I keep coming back to this issue in the third meeting. It seems like that's a difficult thing to address in one meeting.
I don't know how comparable this process is to the greenhouse gas subgroups that we did for livestock, but we ended up having to have like 18 meetings or something like that before we were done. So if it's allowed, a third meeting would not be a problem for me. I'd be happy to do that, especially if it makes people more comfortable with the process. The last thing we need is people questioning the findings just because they didn't think it was a fair or transparent process or didn't get a chance to say anything. So I'd rather have more, and maybe that gives us a better product at the end. So I don't know if it's allowed, but that would be my view. Seems like there's a lot of folks who would like the comfort of at least having the option to have that third meeting. If we're all really great with after that second meeting, maybe that's all we need. But
I guess I would reiterate what I think. I like the way that Brian cast the process that we would follow. That what we lay out in the end is to address Robert's one of his concerns anyway was that whether the full group agrees with the subgroup, that will all just be reported. I mean, it wouldn't be you don't have to buy off on something that the subgroup comes up with. You could simply state your views, and that the board would receive that information as part of the overall package that they get. So it's not that you're being, forced to, endorse a thing that you don't agree with. So I thought that was we're just going to lay out, here's the pluses and minuses that we've identified for each of these items. And, maybe if you were in the position of not agreeing with something, you would be weighing in on the minuses, not the pluses. But, I think there's a way to present the information that doesn't, put anyone in an uncomfortable position of saying, well, you're doing something I don't like and I don't want to be a part of it. So anyway.
Neil, did you have more to say, or was that your placard? So it sounds like what I'm hearing from the group is a desire to request a third meeting and see what happens, but the backup alternative to that is an iterative process with taking an approach of laying out all options, risks, challenges, benefits, promises, so that there is a diversity of inclusive within your products. Does that sound about right, or? And I think I heard with enough specificity that you're actually talking to the issues, that it's not so high level that you're not getting at some of the key issues. Connie?
I think there was also the suggestion for if the committee, the task force as a whole can't meet a third time, that after the public comment period, the subgroups meet and respond to the public comment, and that there's an additional public comment period. So in other words, if we can't sort of wholesale deal with the public comment and make sure the draft is saying what we want it to say, we can do it sort of a la carte with the subgroups.
That meet the group. Anybody disagree with that approach? Okay, so then that's that backup process, that iterative process is a subgroups meeting after public comment and then a second public comment period. Thanks for that clarification. Gavin.
So to follow up on the 3-meeting issue, and I do recall that was in the charter, but I didn't know if that was that you will have a minimum of 2 meetings. So, you know, and you're barred, but are you barred from having more than 2 meetings? I didn't know if that was part of the thinking behind it. And second, what is the chance of us getting a quick answer on that? Like, because we're going to leave here today trying to figure out a path forward. And if we don't know, and you know, if it's something that has to go to the full board and it's the next board meeting, I don't know when that is, but it could not be, you know, necessarily too very soon. So I think we want to have a plan going forward. I guess we could come up with the 2 contingencies that, you know, what, plan A, we get a 3rd meeting, and plan B, we don't. And then we go forward with the subgroups doing their work, and then we can kind of react upon receipt of the information, whether there is an allowance for a 3rd meeting or not. But I don't want the subgroups to hold off on doing the work without, you know, until we get that information. So maybe that's just the best we can do, is have a, you know, a contingency that, you know, if we find out in a month, then we somehow schedule the 2nd meeting. Right, I think when we come out with a schedule at the end of today, if we haven't heard about the 3rd meeting, we should just plan the final meeting, and then if there's an opportunity to have a meeting in the middle, we can do that later. Does that seem fair? I just got handed a public comment. Do you want me to address that now?
It might be more appropriate to another part of the meeting. But
Okay, I can save it till the 2nd round of public comment. Okay, thanks.
Gavin, would you like us to at least provide what we're going to be doing over the break to see if we can get a quick answer on that? Is that helpful on a 3rd meeting? So our understanding has been that we're constrained by the board approved charter. So what we're going to be doing is talking to upper management just right during the break in a few minutes to see with legal, is that a firm constraint? If it is, we're hoping to provide you a response right after the break. Okay. If there is additional time or additional flexibility, we'll provide that as much as we can after the break as well. We don't want you guys to walk away from today not knowing a schedule. We want to make this as useful of your time as possible. So we'll get an answer as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
JP, did you have
Yeah, it's just related to that last part. Maybe ARB, when they answer this question that's been posed, I just want to kind of clarify some additional things that I've heard. As I understand it, this task force is going to be around till like 2031, not necessarily these members, but this task force. And I imagine one of the things that would be good to know is kind of how often are they going to redo it. I was told this is like maybe an annual thing, and if that's the case, then it would be good to know for our planning timeline, because it might be a little bit like a grand jury where it's like, look, you got to finish what you're doing and then get out because the next group is coming in. So if that's the case, it would be good to know, even if we add a third meeting, we may not get more time, is my point here. We may have to finish the same work in the same period, regardless of the meeting. So I'd like to know that.
Sure, and David, correct me if I'm wrong. When our board voted on a process for a recommendation report, so convening the task force and developing that report within the year. They did not vote on any continuation of that, but I think our board has the authority if they'd like to. But I think we've been understanding this to be a process to develop recommendations for us that then could start considering in the public process on our side. So I don't think it was we'll reconvene this periodically. I could be wrong, but.
Maybe then, sorry, you could clarify what the language in the statute means then regarding that time till 2031 as part of your question.
Yeah. So as to that, it is. So you're referring to AB 398, which established the Compliance Offsets Protocol Task Force, and that the section that established the task force is in effect through the end of 2030, as are a number of sections of AB 398. This section does not prescribe how often the task force would meet. So that is, since the purpose of the task force is to advise the board, I think that's something within the discretion of the board.
So I pulled up the charter, and what it says under meetings, the first sentence is the task force is expected to meet twice. So that seems kind of loose and doesn't set a minimum or a maximum. So it also says that the task force, from a process point of view, gets to figure out how it runs itself. I think that seems like guidance.
So that's the exact sentence we're going to be confirming over lunch and get back to you as soon as lunch is over.
Those sounds. Oh, Emily, go ahead.
I just had one other thing to add. When you're deliberating over lunch, there's also a sentence in the purpose, under the operating procedures for the task force. Under purpose, there's the last sentence is, the charter may be amended at any time upon consensus of the task force. So I know that's not in the charter itself, that's kind of a summary, but if you could kind of elaborate on that and give us some more guidance as to what that would entail, would be helpful.
Sorry, that was probably a typo, might have been my fault. It meant the internal procedures can be modified at any time with the consensus of the task force. They were originally called informal, the document was originally entitled Informal Charter, and I didn't like that name, so I changed it to Internal Procedures, and I guess I missed it further down in the document. So that's what that meant.
Thank you very much for that clarifying question. Yeah, should have been. Yeah, it's your operating procedures are yours. And just, were there any other items that folks wanted to raise about your informal operating procedures? Not, I think we're looking at an hour lunch break.
Okay. Okay, so it's lunch break now? Is that right? Okay, great. So we'll be back here at 5 after 1. Thank you. Thanks.
I've been accused of that. I know, it's like, go to the document.
Drive a truck through that loophole.
Good to meet you.
Read the document.
Well, that was sort of where I was concerned. We have to read it twice, I think. We couldn't not twice, but you did make minutes. You can only twice and only twice. Right.
But it just, the given.
No, yeah, this
Sort of normal.
So that's why we have
20 pages?
No.
Wander over my car and get my water bottle. I could go over your like a little. Medication I take. Everything going on to not. And I thought I was getting better. That we have to.
Well, that's why I was thrilled to have you.
Test, test. Test, test. Test, test, 1, 2. Test, test.
Test, 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 test.
So the microphones on here, they work now. The one right there by Ian works. Can you go ahead and give it a test? Press the speaker button.
Or
You got press it one.
test, test.
Yeah, you don't have to hold it down. Test, test. And you can see the light go red.
Check, check.
Yeah, so I'm taking away these wireless ones. All these I noticed are pointing up like that. Have them point towards facing the mouse.
Check, check.
There's some lock.
Test, test, test.
Test, test. I can hear it, but
Confused with those ones, the wireless.
test 1, 2.
Test, test.
Test, test, test.
Test.
Test, test. Yeah, this is coming low. So yeah, she may need to.
Test, test.
Oh, yeah.
Test, test. Ooh.
makes it hard to talk and write at the same time. Yeah.
Testing.
Okay, so let's open the afternoon session. I think all the task force members are here. And as a first order of business, I'd like to hear from David about the consultation with management about a third meeting.
Thank you. Yes, so Jason and I were both part of a meeting with our upper management. Jason's had to step away for a bit, but I'm here to report I think the good news that a third meeting sounds great, and it's something that we would be able to do. I think in terms of the timing, I think the third meeting itself would seem to make sense for the early 2021 timeframe, because the charter provides that there's a year for the task force to prepare the report. And then I would defer to you all, or others here on CARB staff might have thoughts on the timing for the second meeting. But again, third meeting sounds great.
Great, thank you. I guess we should, we're going to talk about scheduling when we get the groups set up, I think, so we can return to how to strategize about the second meeting and then the third meeting. So, great. Okay, and then, is there anything else to wrap up from the morning? No? Okay. So, for the initial part of this afternoon session, we wanted to get into what the topics are that the group will cover. So for me, the starting place for that discussion is in AB 293, which says what the task force shall consider. So I think we should. That says the task force shall consider the development of additional offset protocols, including but not limited to protocols for the enhanced management or conservation of agricultural and natural lands, and for the enhancement of restoration of wetlands. And then the next paragraph, the task force shall develop recommendations for the State Board on the inclusion of methodologies to allow groups of landowners to jointly develop natural and working lands offset projects under the approved offset protocols. The recommendations shall address how to lower project transaction costs for participants, enable a greater number of landowners to participate in those projects while protecting the integrity and transparency of those projects. So I think that's the starting point, and then I think it's open to the group to, we want to cover each of those topics, and then open to the group to suggest additional items for consideration.
So Gavin, you're looking for us to start weighing in on thought process for conservation of agricultural natural lands, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you clarify for the layperson down here who doesn't know as much? So are you creating topic categories and then you want folks to elucidate within that? In other words, these are the chapters of your final report topics, right?
Yes. Well, I think that, within that category of agricultural natural lands, there's a lot of possibilities. So there could be different items that break out under that topic. And so I would welcome input from people who have the expertise in those areas to set out what would be possible project types that we could pursue.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll get a new flip chart, and for each one of these topics, I'll have that at the top, and then we can brainstorm within. Thank you for that clarification.
So the thoughts I had in kind of preparing for this meeting and thinking through it is I can see 5 buckets in my mind. One is around animal agriculture. So livestock. I'm thinking of things like enteric manure management, improvement of the livestock protocol. The second is wetlands. I think they're complex systems enough to be broken out into a separate category. The third is croplands with a primary focus on fertilizer. So how you handle fertilizer, it'll vary, between spinach and almonds, for example, but you're still applying fertilizer to all of them. The fourth is grasslands, and I think that's one where there is, I think to use the pun, I definitely think that's one where there is some low-hanging fruit. I think there is a protocol that is ripe for adoption by ARB, can be scaled up. And then the fifth, it would be other things to include. I think that there are things like ODS and other opportunities in there. But that's what came to my mind as I was reflecting on this in preparation for today.
So then that's a question for you all as far as how you'd like to proceed. Do we want to offer different bucket framings or work within these pieces from the legislation?
Sure, I think we should brainstorm, and so I think those were good suggestions, and I would invite others to add any of their own thoughts, including, again, agriculture is pretty broad, so are there other things that people have in mind that weren't brought up, or do you want to proceed on the basis suggested so far?
Thank you. I don't have a problem with that frame, but I take a step back a little bit, and I think there's 2 broad categories. One, what's the realm of new protocols that we want to address? And then I think we also need to take a look and say, of the existing protocols that we have in place today, can we prioritize where we think there's opportunity to make some recommendations on how to make those protocols either more workable to achieve the broader impact, and/or are there one or more protocols that maybe we should wash away as well? So I think we ought to look at both sides, like say, here is a range of new protocols, and then we need to spend some time thinking about, of the existing protocols, which ones do we want to work with?
Yeah, absolutely. We should be looking at the existing protocols. So I don't know if that means a separate subgroup for each one of them, or if we identify those today that we think should be the ones to be focused on, and just have separate subgroups for those more limited ones. But if others have thoughts on that, please go ahead.
Getting the handle of this. Well, specifically in AB 293, it talks about developing recommendations on methodologies to allow groups of landowners to jointly develop projects. So that, at least from the forest side of things, is a hot topic, and certainly I would want to make sure that that's addressed. But I would also like to concur with David that in terms of existing protocols, there are some things that are technical that would enhance participation while maintaining the integrity and rigor of the offsets that have been kind of accumulating, and a lot of people have been waiting for the opportunity to at least, review those, make sure we're capturing those.
Emily and then Neil.
All right. So yeah, I think, there are some categorical, categories by topic, and then perhaps some methodological, options that might work across protocols. So I think aggregation might be one that, I think could be applicable to a number of different protocol types. Another one, from my perspective, I think cost is a major barrier to participation in the program. I think, particularly in the sequestration protocols, such as forests and urban forestry as well, when you look out over 100+ years time frame for monitoring, reporting, and verification, it's, I think, a methodology that embraces some new technologies like remote sensing and LiDAR could substantially bring down the cost of monitoring, reporting, and verification over time, in addition to perhaps assisting with developing the project up front. And that might be a methodology that could cross different protocol types. I think it's maybe particularly useful for the sequestration, kind of natural lands-based protocols. But that would be something I'd be very interested to explore in order to kind of bring costs down and increase participation. And then since I have the floor, I guess one other thing I'd like to mention is that a lot of the new protocols that we will be considering are trying to expand participation, bring more people into the program, and ultimately generate more projects. And I think that's very important. But I think as a task force, we would be remiss if we didn't, that is building supply in the market. But I think we'd also be remiss if we don't look at the demand side of the equation. I would not feel good about bringing new landowners into the program, for instance, if there wasn't a market to sell those offsets into. So I think looking at some recommendations that this task force might make to ARB around fully utilizing demand for offsets, especially in this post-2020 world where the usage limit is going down. It's shrinking from 8% down to 4% in the 2021 to 2025 period. And historically, we've seen utilization rates have been well below the maximum. So we haven't seen utilization rates around 8%. And primarily that's because the largest compliance entities tend to utilize more offsets, whereas smaller entities either use smaller amounts of offsets or don't use offsets altogether because of the high transaction costs and the relative risks of offsets versus other allowances as the other compliance instrument. So I think, yeah, I would just throw that out there. I think there are a number of different ways to kind of look at demand and try to, but that would be one thing I would like to add to the discussion here.
Okay, I promise I wasn't cribbing from Emily's notes, but I also wanted to raise the possibility of looking at some cross-sectoral issues, which could sort of supplement the sectoral approaches. One is this question of costs and market impacts, and sort of where does the demand and supply question lie, and what are the implications for the overall cap and prices in the market. Going back to the fundamental charge of this task force, I think we need to look closely at additionality. That is it's always an overriding concern, and so to the extent that we can come up with cross-sectoral recommendations or suggestions on how to approach additionality, I think that is going to strengthen all of the protocols. Of course, the other primary charge here is co-benefits. So looking at those other environmental benefits and where they accrue, what they are, I think that's something that, again, we can sort of look at cross-sectorally. And then perverse incentives, that may be more difficult to do in a cross-sectoral fashion, but I think it's an important flag for all of us that both at the project level and at the policy level, there are, with an offset program the size of California's, we do have to be very careful about perverse incentives and what are the unintended consequences of some of these programs.
I'd like to put on the table production of biochar from biomass waste streams that are otherwise open pile burned, and also consider forest fuel thinning and hazard fuel reductions that mitigate wildfire size and severity. It would be an extension of the existing GGRF quantification methodology. Kind of put forests on the list.
And Bruce, I had to do some, so basically biochar, forest fuel thinning, and I missed one of your other.
Oh, no, those are both. Those are the.
Okay, I thought you had a third.
The forest fuel thinning would be a build-off from work that's been done for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund quantification methodology.
Okay, thank you.
So one thing that strikes me from the discussion so far, especially the point that we need to be looking at the existing protocols as much as generating new ideas. So a few things. Number one, I don't want to close the list at the end of this meeting. I think that part of the investigation and the discussion that we're going to have in the work groups moving forward may identify other opportunities or groups within these opportunities. And I am a little bit nervous about saying that we know enough today, even on the issues that are in front of us, that we're capturing all of the best opportunities. Again, I don't think our goal here is to come up with a directive to ARB so much as to laying out all of the options. So I don't want to be premature in that. And that includes looking again at the existing protocols. And when we do that, it strikes me that we do want to be applying similar criteria, kind of a similar look and filter at what's already what's already an active program and the ones that we might be ginning up through this discussion. And so this is perhaps in some ways going to Neil's point, which is that there seems to me a need for some upfront conversation about what those criteria are that we want to apply across the board, so that when we then break into kind of sectors, if we break into sectors, not to get ahead of the cart here, but if we break into sectors, that we're all applying the same metrics, applying some of the same filters as we look through this. Best, in my opinion, if we were to come at the end back from our work groups and have provided some, the layout of that opportunity within that sector, all within the same guidelines, all within the same format, so that we're saying, look, here are the possibilities, here's the opportunities, here's the drawbacks, here are the costs, and then here are the potential co-benefits, the additionality questions, all of those, and we would have some agreement before we broke too far apart, just so that we would be able to do that kind of in concert or in parallel with each other. And then the last point to make is that I am being particularly, I'm going to be thinking as we come up with our process and our groups, the fact that the disadvantaged communities are like right up front in the charter, that a co-benefit and the potential benefits for disadvantaged communities is right up there, and that may be an expertise that isn't fully represented here on the panel, as well as the fact that disadvantaged communities means lots of different types of communities throughout California, that I am going to be thinking of ways that we can make sure that we're looping in both that idea and criteria and those voices as we move through our report. So if it's not here, how do we make sure that we do have it within our thinking? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to echo a couple of the comments that were made. First, with yours about disadvantaged communities. It is the first bullet point, right, that we have here under scope of responsibility. So how do we make sure that that theme, maybe not necessarily directly addressed, but that it's always in the back of our minds, thinking about what are these protocols going to do for those local folks, and if it is within our purview or responsibility to prioritize that. And one of the co-benefits, we're talking about co-benefits as well too, is are these actions that are being taken creating some jobs, right? Some jobs that we can identify, that we know are being created. So I would like to see, how do we organize this where it's the big picture? What topics are we including throughout all the protocols, right? What's guiding us?
Thanks. I think we should keep in mind that there's been a lot of work on additional protocols beyond the compliance ones in the voluntary space. And they have fleshed out a lot of the issues. They've identified, they've gone through the process of trying to make a good valid protocol, and maybe we should take a look at those and identify what the barriers are to making them compliance grade. Because a lot of this early thinking on real additional permanence leakage, all that has been thought about already. So I think in both wetlands and ag, and we do need the technical ones for just technical cleanup, and then aggregation, I think, are really core areas that we can focus on.
Well, I would add that in my way of kind of framing it in my mind, we would come up with categories of possible projects and/or existing protocols, and then when we were discussing how the subgroups would operate, that all of the subgroups would be using the same kind of rubric, that we'd have the criteria from the statute that for each one of them, we'd look at the additionality, we'd look at the permanence, and we'd assess, how do you quantify it, and then in addition, the co-benefits and the EJ impacts and the benefits to EJ communities. So each one of those subject matter areas would be covered for each project type, so that there was some consistency across the subgroups in addressing the factors, and that would be something we should agree on. But I think that at a minimum, we have to have the statutory factors, I think, and then what the charter tells us to do with respect to co-benefits and in-state California and environmental justice communities' impacts and benefits. So I think that would be a useful way to kind of set it up.
Overall, I agree with that approach. The one that that rattles around in my brain is the aggregation. That one, I think that a lot of these you can do that are focused on a sector or a practice or something like that. But aggregation seems like that there's enough similarity that goes across that may be one that we want to focus in on, because I think that the same issues that you have with small forest landowners, you'll have with lots of farmers, and with less to extent with ranchers. So I think that there may be some considerations there. I mean, heck, you could even see it from a livestock. I mean, you're already seeing pooling of dairies together for projects.
So it sounds like we're leaning towards establishing certain screens or filters, right? And the DAC tribal ag lands piece, and then the aggregation. Am I hearing where things are going?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I think, I feel like that conversation kind of blended the two things together. What topics do we cover, and then how do we analyze the topics? So, I mean, I don't know if people were suggesting that we come up with a new way of determining additionality that is beyond what ARB already does. Is that what was being suggested? I assume that we would take the existing additionality standard and in the subgroup, if you were looking at a project type and saying, well, we think that, applying the conservative business as usual isn't adequate for this, that would be fair game. But I thought that would be specific to the project type more so than, because additionality is different depending on the area, I think. So, but I certainly think it would be within the subgroup's purview to say, we think a better way of determining additionality would be this or that for consideration by ARB, and then the board would determine if it was doing it. But I don't know if we could come up with one way to do it across subgroups. I kind of feel like that subgroups would need to evaluate the criteria themselves with respect to the specific subject matter.
So I like the idea of a rubric that each sectoral group addresses, sort of a set of questions around co-benefits and, I won't go through the list, but a number of topics have been raised, and I think we could continue to flesh that out. I do think that there are a couple of cross-cutting issues Aggregation might be one. I think additionality is one in the sense that we run the risk of having very different standards of what's additional between different sectors if we don't have some kind of a common standard. And my understanding is that the law actually does not give very detailed guidance on that. It simply says that projects should be additional to those that are required by law or those that would occur otherwise. So one can imagine many different tests on what would occur otherwise. And I think it would be useful, again, we're not making decisions, but I think it would be useful for us to give some guidance on what does that mean, how would that be usefully interpreted, and perhaps then there are different implications for different sectors, but it seems to me that that is sort of a cross-cutting issue that all sectors would need to address in a uniform way.
Hearing this conversation makes me realize that we could, I think you had 18 meetings in your, and I know from the last Forest Protocol Working Group, we met for 2.5 years. So I think we do need to be careful not to have mission creep, which is easy to do in protocols, because again, our earlier conversation, trying to stay at a high enough level to respect the scope, the charge that we have, and cover as much as we can, and recognize that mostly we're going to be saying more work needs to be done on this or that. So I start by saying that. So I would suggest, we have one sort of approach for new protocols that, sieve it through the kind of standards of additionality, permanence, et cetera, and not try to answer all the questions that are going to come up about, well, how exactly do we do this? And then for some existing protocols that we want to examine, I don't think we want to reopen all the elements that went through extensive public process previously. If there are questions the committee wants to raise sort of over here and then we also think these questions should be brought to the board's attention. I think that's fine, but I think we would, it's not really the charge of this group to recapitulate, all these protocols. I don't think we will. I'm not sure 300 meetings would suffice. So it's, it's tricky because, and additionality, with all due respect, it is sector and project dependent. There's a reason it varies. So, there's kind of a conceptual framework that then has to be applied because it's always additional as compared to what. And different systems, whether mechanical or natural or whatever, have a lot of variety in them. So it's, there's a reason the standards, not just for additionality, but permanence or whatever, there's some, variation. And ultimately, that's a public policy decision that gets made at a certain point because it's not actually scientific. It's social. We have to, it's scientifically grounded, but then you have to have enough commitment to say, yes, this makes sense. So anyway, I think we should, for conceptual purposes, new protocols would have a rubric, and existing protocols, we have to define, well, what is it we're trying to do there? I would agree aggregation would tend to be a cross-cutting thing, though the nuances of it are going to vary.
Thank you. I agree with what Connie just outlined there, and I think we have to be quite careful not to write the protocols or rewrite the protocols, but create a set of recommendations around which ARB will then go through a process to write those specific protocols. And I also think that there are a number of protocols that have been developed and are operating in the voluntary market today. And so I would agree with the comments that we probably ought to take a look at those to see if any of those make sense to further evaluate, to put into a compliance program. And then my final comment relates back to the demand versus the supply. Someone's in the business of developing forest carbon offset projects. It is really important that we do this in the context of if we have so much demand out there, we don't want to create a situation where we're creating so many avenues and outstripping the demand with supply. That's not going to be a good situation to find ourselves in. So I would hope that from the ARB staff that they can help guide us a little bit in regards to what are these demand projections looking like, particularly in the short run, and really going out to 2030, and what impact is that going to have on one, what's the capacity of the existing protocols to meet that demand, and two, if there's a gap, what's that gap look like to help us understand so we can focus our attention to where the best opportunities may lie rather than running down a number of pathways that may not frankly be necessary to achieve the program objectives.
Yes. So, Greg, I'd like to direct a question to you or maybe to David there. There's been a lot of conversation here about the existing protocols and reviewing and adopting them, and I agree with that. What does ARB want to see? What would be helpful for you? We can give you lots of ideas, and what I don't want to walk away from this process is we give you lots of ideas and recommendations that you cannot act on. That's a waste of our time and your time.
So when we got the statute and we looked at it, we clearly thought that improvements to the existing protocols were well within the scope of the task force. We admit all our protocols are works in progress and can definitely use improvements. And if you guys come up with better ideas or great ideas, we're more than happy to include them in our protocols, of course, with board approval. But I don't want to put any limits on you. I think there is a good point in rehashing decisions that have already been made that are maybe difficult, but there's definitely areas that are open for improvement, I think.
And can you speak to new protocols? What would you look for in new protocols? Because we could just say, take all of the existing voluntary protocols and consider them, and that probably is not realistic. You don't have the bandwidth to do that. So do you have any guidance to us on what would be valuable to you?
I think the voluntary market is a good place to start looking for additional protocols. One thing that, of course, needs to be done in evaluating those is, are they additional? On the voluntary market, they have a lot of protocols that wouldn't be considered additional under our program, that fuel switching, solar panel, stuff like that, which are perfectly fine on the voluntary market, but not applicable to compliance market. Additionally, as we pointed out in our projections, there's a lot of soil-based protocols what's the state of the research on permanence of soil sequestration? That's something that would be interesting for us to have your thoughts on. Is it something that we can easily guarantee will be there in 100 years? Or are there alternative methods to ensure the permanence? There was some talk about the difficulty of a forest protocol going out 100 years. Are there alternatives to requiring protocols to go out 100 years? Those are all sorts of things that you guys are more than welcome to look at, and I think would be definitely beneficial to us in the long run.
Just very briefly, especially hearing that, Greg, very much appreciate the comments made by others already in this conversation, and absolutely am not looking to create work where we don't have to in all of this. But it does strike me that additionality is the main criticism of some of the existing ones. So while of course that's a metric that we want to apply, part of the rubric that when we look at new protocols, any of the existing ones that we are looking at ways to increase its adoption without trying to relitigate, in fact, avoiding relitigating conversations and decisions that have been made in the past. I don't really see a way that we don't end up having to look at that additionality question, given the level of that's where the criticisms of some of these existing protocols are. So given that, I again feel like there is going to be a need, that it is kind of a cross-sectoral issue, just like the aggregation is, so that we can all have kind of the same starting place of understanding when we're taking a look at these, whether they're new ones or existing ones.
I mean, I guess so. I guess I wonder how that would work. I mean, we have a definition provided by the board of additionality. There's the easy part is it otherwise required by law? We can answer that. But then, would it otherwise occur in a conservative business as usual scenario? Seems very context specific. And so I don't know how to separate, like, what would we use we would use a different standard than that, or would we, I mean, is the idea that we would come up with a different measuring device, or that, how would it work in a general way outside of looking at the specific sector?
So just to give one example, and this largely from the work on the forest protocol and on the International Forest Carbon Protocol, one idea that seems like it, and I very much agree and understand and agree that this is ultimately a sectoral issue because the protocols are specific. They're project type specific for very good reason, and they're 80-some pages long a piece for very good reason. That's because there's lots of things that are particular to that issue. However, there are some things like identifying, for example, the likely risk of non-additional credits that you're going to be seeing if you apply said protocol. We think that what we're seeing in the case of international forest and also in some of the forestry projects, you could say we're seeing that there's this likelihood that X amount, 10%, 20%, are going to be non-additional. That doesn't mean that there's no value to the protocol overall, but it does then give you a discount that you would want to apply, and we would want to have a similar approach to applying that discount to make sure we're recapturing those non-additional credits in each. So that's a way of getting at it while still accepting the differences between the different protocols.
Okay, well, I'm not sure where we are exactly, but it does seem that we have sort of two groupings here, one being possible new areas, and then the second area being existing. And we agree that there could be different approaches on how those subgroups operate in terms of what they're evaluating. So I guess maybe to look at the category of new possible offset protocols or projects, I think I would like to try to narrow down what we're looking at and what subgroups might form in that arena of the new types. And again, using AB 293 as at least a baseline, we have to have wetlands. So would we have agreement that there should be a wetlands subgroup? Does anybody object to that? No? Okay. So we'll have that as one, at least. And then agricultural, it seems like we've got the livestock arena. And so would that be a separate group, like a livestock subgroup?
I might just ask, there was this 5 buckets of animal, ag, wetlands, croplands, fertilizer, grasslands, and other.
Okay, well, yeah, I use the word livestock, but is that maybe the same thing as animal ag? Yeah. Right. So,
And there was this question of how to integrate this issue of
right.
lowering barriers for smaller folks.
Right. Well,
Can I ask a question? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go
ahead. So how many groups are we looking to create? Because if you're going to get that specific, it sounds like this list is going to get pretty long. So to go on the big picture, and what about old and new?
Right.
I mean, that's pretty big, and I think we can fit a lot of these into a clear task force. Yeah.
So you're suggesting 2 subgroups, one old and one new?
Well, my question, yes, I am. My first question is how many, and then if we want to not have 10, then that'll determine that. Yeah.
So I have a comment and a clarifying question. The comment is, when we talk about old and new, can we be a little more specific? Are we talking about old is existing regulatory protocols? Okay. And then new is everything else? Okay. That's a pretty big everything, I would think. I'm just pointing that out. To me, and this isn't a hard position, it's just for discussion, but it feels to me like maybe these questions of new versus old and groups working together are going to come up in multiple areas, so that I think if a group forms under a topic, they should understand that their charge is to look at new versus old, is to look at the environmental justice questions, is to look at everything that, additionality, is to look at all of those issues, because they're going to come up in most of those groups. Otherwise, I don't know how you would have like an additionality group or a new protocol group and get all the right people on it for every discussion that's necessary. So that's my, again, if someone can explain it to me in a way where it's functional, makes sense, it's going to work, I'm open. I don't have the answers in the back of the book. I've never done this before either. So I'm very interested to hear what people have to say, but I sort of came in here thinking, of course there's going to be like a forest group, and I'm not going to be on it. So anyway.
Well, I agree. I think, what I said before, my conception of a framework would be that we'd separate out the topic areas, be it forestry, wetlands, and then those groups would form, and those groups the next topic would be, how do those groups each analyze things through the same lens or rubric? And so that was where I thought we would apply the statutory standards, as well as the additional things added by the charter that weren't in the original statute. So, and then, because I agree that it would be difficult to have something like an additionality subgroup. And I don't know how we would then have, that subgroup would then, at some point then meet, and the other groups would apply what they came up with. I feel like that kind of question would need to be done by the subgroup looking at the subject matter. Anyway, that was my take. Robert, I think you were up next.
Robert, and then I wasn't sure about David. I think Andrea and then David.
So the one thing in the 5 buckets I originally proposed didn't really address well the existing protocols, and I'm hearing some thoughts about that. So let me take a stab at cross mapping it. Grasslands, to me, it seems like grasslands and forests have some similarities into it. Both of them have to do. There's a big component of easements. There are some differences in the measurement and all of that, but maybe there's some commonality there. I'd throw rice into croplands. Livestock is easy in animal ag. Then you have urban forest, which I don't quite know where to go yet. But then you would put ODS and mine methane in the other category. So maybe that other category is, I'm not quite sure how to frame that other category without overly constraining it. There's one part of my mind says industrial, but then you get into overlaps of what is regulated and not regulated. So, but that may, I think that may get us closer to cross mapping it. It seems like there are these general topics we want to have go across all of them. But the more I think about it and the more I hear, I think there are larger differences by sector. We're talking about it from an additionality perspective. That's always on a project by project, or a protocol by protocol basis. So I keep coming back in my mind to you got to do it kind of in that subject area or that sector approach. So I'll throw that out there for people to continue to noodle on.
Want to do a sector approach, something to think about.
Okay, let me give it a stab from my hearing this. It may be too simplistic, but we have a wetland focus, we have an ag focus with Robert's suggestions of what falls into it, and we have a forest, maybe forest grassland focus. And then within each of those groups, we look at what new potential protocols there are, starting from what's available in the voluntary market or other ideas we have. We look at existing protocols and brainstorm what amendments would be applicable there. And then we use a screen, all of us in our groups use the screen for environmental justice, for additionality, for cost reduction, for market implications, and whatever we also might think of.
Well, quantification, verifiability,
yes,
permanence,
that
all the statutory factors.
Yes.
Andrea, I just want to make sure. So you look at new and then you look at old, and are you applying those screens to both new and old?
Yes. Yes.
And then I think I missed one. You said cost reductions, environmental quantification. Was there a different?
Environmental justice You look at your new proposals, you look at amending your existing proposals, using a screen of implications to environmental justice. Does that drive some recommendations? Are there additionality issues that need to be addressed in each of those? Are there cost reduction steps we can take, such as Emily's LiDAR, radar, remote sensing? What kind of market implications? Is there really a market for this protocol if we spend a lot of time on it? And this gets into the issue of, is there a demand out there for it? And so we all treat those issues, but within our topic area.
So question for you, does the EJ implications include trying to reduce the barriers for smaller groups of folks?
Oh, aggregation, definitely. Yes, you can.
Well, that's what aggregation is.
Yeah, aggregation, maybe that's another one of my list of how you evaluate your new and old in your habitat types. Right. And then if we happen to all come up with the same conclusion for how we aggregate, then we can writ that large across in our final paper. But at least we're thinking discreetly within our groups. We each address it.
JP, I think you were next.
Yeah, I can do mine quick. I'm just thinking that in the topic area of animal agriculture and agriculture, while it might be tempting to put those together, that we're really talking about very different type of management practices and very different types of emission sources. There are going to be farming, or let's assume there's potential to have practices in agriculture that sequester carbon or do something towards this mission. Those things would apply often to crops that are grown on dairies as well. So rather than having the animal ag take on that general cropping problem, I think the ag group takes that on behalf of all agriculture, and then the animal ag works on the animal specific issues and leaves cropping alone for the most part, because that's incredibly difficult.
I'm sorry, I missed that. That got really subtle. So you were suggesting one ag is too big. You would divide it into two separate groups. It was an animal ag, and then
Animal ag, and I think you called it croplands. I think that's a good way to think of it.
So I'm generally a lumper, but in this case, I'm going to be a splitter. And I really think grasslands is not a protocol that exists today in the ARB system, and I think it needs to be separated from forest. I think forest is an existing set of protocols. We're only going to have one forest protocol. I think there's a lot of opportunity to take a look at that protocol and create a set of recommendations around potential adjustments to that protocol to make it more effective and efficient. The second thing I would say is I agree with the idea of having screens, as Andrea described, although I don't think aggregation is one of those screens. I think aggregation is a cross-cutting issue, and I think there ought to be a specific group that takes on aggregation generically about how can an aggregation system work, take a look what exists out there in the voluntary space today, and come up with a broad generic set of recommendations around how aggregation could function, and then the work groups can take that broader piece and see how it might apply within their groupings, sectoral groupings. But there's enough cross-cutting there about the fundamentals of how aggregation should function, whether it functions for ag or forestry or grasslands or animal. That ought to be looked at, I think, at a higher level rather than in the context of a specific protocol. So those are my quick thoughts.
And David, just clarification. So does grasslands become its own group, or does it go into a natural lands or a working lands?
Yeah, I don't really have a preference there of where it fits. I guess my preference is that it doesn't fit with forests.
I lost track of the cards, so I'm not sure who was the next in line.
Sorry.
I did mine.
Okay, I think Neil.
So a couple of quick comments. We're now talking about 5 or 6 subgroups, which implies that either we have 2 to 3 people per subgroup, or we have overlapping subgroups, which then starts to raise some of the open meeting questions. So I'm not expressing a preference one way or the other, but just wanted to flag that. In terms of screens, whether we call it a screen or a rubric or whatever it is, I wanted to add a couple of items to that list and to clarify that when we're talking about EJ considerations, my understanding is we're talking specifically about positive impacts in the communities that are highlighted in law, and in particular about direct environmental benefits. And I think we can add questions like employment to that, but the one that's highlighted in the law is the DEBs, and that's very different from an accessibility or a cost question. The couple of points I wanted to add on the rubric or the screen, one is around leakage, which is an analysis of how the protocol may affect emissions in other jurisdictions, basically. And the second is around perverse incentives.
So those are screens.
Those are screens, that's right. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm looking at all of these, big Post-it notes, and it is a lot of work for our task force to undertake. I think, some really good criteria and screens have been raised. I guess one thing I would just emphasize, and it's been raised a couple times already by members of the task force, is just that I think we could spend a lot of time rehashing old debates around existing protocols, particularly on the topic of additionality, permanence, what's real additional verifiable permanent. I mean, those have been a lot of time, as people have already said, a lot of time, a lot of brain cells have been lost debating that back and forth. I can attest to that. And I think we could spend a lot of time reopening the existing protocols, but I do think one of the core tasks for our group is to increase offset projects with direct environmental benefits, prioritizing disadvantaged communities, Native American tribes, and rural and agricultural regions. So how do we bring more people in to the program? How do we spread the benefits, the market benefits that the program provides? How do we make sure that co-benefits from these projects are occurring throughout the state and in places where they provide direct benefits to the state? So I would just emphasize that I think the environmental screens are critically important. It's what makes this program the most rigorous, in my view, in the world as far as a compliance program that incorporates broad sectors of the economy that aren't capped. I think it's groundbreaking in that respect, and we have to preserve the integrity and robustness of the system. But I think that is screen of what is real additional verifiable permanence is really most applicable to new protocols because the existing protocols have gone through that already. So I would just emphasize that ways we can tweak the existing protocols to bring more folks into the program, expand the benefits and the participation. I think that is where we can really leave our mark and make the most impact. And the last thing I would just add is that I think, before we make too many concrete decisions about finalizing these categories and, participation in the groups, we might consider opening it up to public comment to hear what the public has to provide.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely take comment when we reach a point where we are sufficiently congealed to have that.
Yeah, I would suggest that at a certain point you will feel like things have gotten to enough of a point where the public has something to comment on, but not congealed to the extent you can't integrate the public, right?
So I just going to start off saying poor grasslands. Nobody wants them in any of the categories. I do think that with grasslands, it's one of the ones that it may be. So there's a big difference from ag. We've talked a little bit about how you handle livestock, and JP spoke very eloquently on that. Croplands and grasslands are different because when you've got a croplands, you're managing the land. You're going to be doing some sort of tilling and harvesting, and some sort of real well. You're going to be more interactive with the land. With grasslands, you're moving the livestock around. I do think that grasslands may be able to be grouped in with croplands, although you start getting into a very large diversity. You talk about rice, and then you talk about like the salad bowl and all of the crops in the Salinas Valley, and then almonds. It starts to get complex, but I'm willing to think that we can group those together to try to get those down. But that would be a group, if you did croplands and grasslands together, that you'd want to have a strong and a larger team on. So I'll throw that one out and try the idea to as David said, to be a lumper in this case. The other thing I would add, I agree with a lot of the comments on that we've got a lot of screens. I do think a lot of them are important, and we'll have to relook at them as we get closer to coming up with a recommendation. The one that I haven't heard mentioned that I do think is really important is science. I think that anything we have to do has to be based on science, and that really comes into be a significant concern when you're looking at agriculture and grasslands. We've got to have things that, if you're going down the line of fertilizer, you've got to be able to know what the nitrous oxide emissions are, and that's going to vary by crop geography and practice. And so that you've got to really start with the science to make sure that it is supported by that before you go on and adopt a protocol. Otherwise, Gavin, you're going to get employed again, and people are going to be questioning whether or not this is actually creates any benefits, and that I would not want to see any of us have to go through.
Can I just ask, so is the implication there that there needs to be in scientific data, it needs to get beyond a point of uncertainty?
So there has to be there has to be scientific data supporting it. I'm going to look at Frank, and he can help me a lot more in this. But there's always going to be uncertainty in science. It's at what level do we have enough that's indicative of the direction that we're going, that we have the uncertainty levels both at the science level and at the model level. If you're going to use a model, or if you're going to use emissions factor, the uncertainty in the emissions factor, you have to be able to have some comfort level with that. We can't base this on a single paper in a place that's not related to what we're doing. Like, we've got to be able to give some sort of screen, I guess is the best term, some sort of criteria of saying, yeah, we know this actually happens. And there's a lot of great research going out there, at UC Davis, at other institutions that we can draw upon.
So sufficient scientific evidence. I'm just trying to get
sufficient scientific evidence. Well, so I'll defer to Frank to help me with it, but what I would say is peer-reviewed science. Okay, evidence-supported science is what Frank's saying. So I'll go with Frank.
Hi, and just on that last point, I'd like to point out again how relieved I am that we are not actually charged with writing the protocols or even deciding whether or not to pursue protocols, but to put the ideas and those concerns in front of their resources board. So in this particular case, I would be looking in the groups that I'm in, and I would be asking, the other subgroups is that we're trying to identify and convey to ARB and the public, look, here's the level. This looks really appetizing, but there's not a lot of science here, or this is looking really solid, and look at the body of work that's gone into that. Like, that's one way that we as the advisory group can be helping ARB and doing some of the work for them, as opposed to just ginning up a lot more work for them to do, which is also fun and is what I mostly do in my job. But I wanted to go back real briefly to one point, and that was the disadvantaged communities. And folks had mentioned there was a little bit of discussion about disadvantaged communities and some different ideas about what the potential benefits will be. And AB 293, like almost all legislation that we deal with, is grammatically ambiguous and has ways that it could have been improved by our English teacher. But in this case, I can understand why folks would look at this list and see the purposes of increasing offset projects with direct environmental benefits in the state while prioritizing disadvantaged communities, Native American or tribal lands, and rural and agricultural regions, and see that potentially all three of those as being parallel, and maybe we're talking about areas, like trying to talk about geographic areas. I would just like to briefly point out that disadvantaged communities, it actually is a phrase that comes with a lot of baggage attached to it, legal baggage and precedent. And in this case, there's some reference here to, not explicit, there's this implied reference to SB 535, to the CalEnviro screen, and those involve, yes, income levels and poverty rates in communities around California, but it also very explicitly is dealing with pollution burden. And when I just want to share this, when I read this language in AB 293, I'm reading, when I get to what prioritizing disadvantaged communities, that to me means protocols, projects that are going to be reducing pollution burden in those. Yes, I want to see jobs created. Yes, I want to see opportunities for people in those communities to be able to participate. But what I see glaring at me is no, that what prioritizing in this particular case, because of the phrase disadvantaged communities, means pollution burdens there. Thank you.
Yeah, so I've been thinking here. I really liked Robert's first suggestion of having these 5 buckets, and but then I also thought Andrea's suggestion of reducing it to 3 would be great because of the number of members on the committee. To have a workable work group with less than 3 people is not really a work group, in my opinion. And then I thought about how to group those. I think that livestock and grasslands could be workable as well. I think grasslands are extremely important. About half of California is grasslands. That is a significant landmass that is under that kind of management, and I think we cannot just let that go, untapped. That's a very important one. So I think that rather than putting grasslands into croplands, which I think is, they are quite different, really. I would rather see it together with livestock. At the university, livestock and rangeland is always dealt with concurrently. That's not unusual at all for us. Plus, that's what grasslands are normally used for.
That's right.
I'm so glad you said that because I was about to say that. So this little hand motion. This is shorthand for I agree. So we can telegraph that amongst us rather than wait in line to say it. The only other small point going way back down the line about science was. To me, when we talk about science, we're really talking about the ability to quantify the emissions reductions, right? There's enough body of science to be able to do that. So it's not just sort of science, but like science for a purpose, and do it. And to know if we're being conservative in the quantification, you have to have enough of a body of science to have some range and confidence. So that's all.
And so those would blend together into this evidence and quantification piece.
Quantification is one of those things that we have to worry about in protocols.
I just wanted to add, I don't want to overly, while I think it's important for us to focus down to what is achievable here, I don't want us to minimize the mission, because I don't think we're supposed to be writing protocols. I agree with that. But I do think we're supposed to be recommending specific enough actions that ARB could potentially act upon them. So I think if we see a protocol within one of these groups that is very promising, that's in the voluntary market, and we want that analyzed and considered for adoption, we should be very specific and say, yeah, that's a recommendation that we have, and so forth. So I just want to, because I'm reading what is in this document, which may just be staff opinion about what we could or should talk about, but I'm agreeing with what's in this document, the way the staff wrote it. I'm referring to the background for compliance offsets protocol task force meeting. I thought, and I want to, while I have the floor, I just want to compliment staff on putting that together and giving us kind of a way to think about what we were supposed to do coming in here. I thought it was very well put together and very well thought out. Appreciate it very much.
So I'm just going to note it's about 2:30, so we've got about an hour and a half left. So just to summarize, it sounded like we were at wetlands, forestry, animal, ag, and grasslands, croplands, and aggregation had been recommended to be pulled out as its own subgroup. And now this is a different direction than I think it was that JP was going. So, and then those were the areas, and folks were going to look at new, applying, the real, verifiable, et cetera screen, then look at potential amendments to existing to tweak to encourage participation, and using the screens of EJ implications, including reducing pollution burdens on disadvantaged communities, the DEBS piece, additionality without rehashing, things that don't need to be rehashed, cost reductions, market issues, including demand implications, quantification and evidence, including evidence, supported science, leakage and perverse incentives. That's where we were at. And then I think we had Connie and Robert and Connie still?
So I'll go back to something Connie said, and so by going first, she gets a chance to weigh in on it. I hear what you're saying, Connie, about that science is based on quantification. I've spent a lot of time with a lot of modelers, with a lot of information that often is based on limited science. And I hear time and time again is the model says it can do it, and I'm like, oh, hold on, let's take a step back and let's look at the underlying science behind that before we just run the model. There's the old saying that all models are wrong, some are useful. I think I see nodding heads, everybody. So I think, it's to me, it goes beyond the quantification. I think there's some really importance in getting that science right and supported in it. It really scares me when we start just relying on the models. It really, that's one of the things that keeps me up at night.
Well, I'll just piggyback on that and say that I think one of the ways in which to know how much to trust our quantification, whether it's model-based or otherwise, is uncertainty analysis. And so I think that when we talk about let's get the science right, yes, there's quantification. Sometimes quantification is not possible and it's just a qualitative assessment, but then that raises questions for the quantitative nature of an offset program. And I think that one of the things that can inform that is uncertainty analysis.
So I think where Ariel was headed, trying to get us focused in here. And what I am hearing is that we might not divide existing from new possible projects, but that we would have the groups in these subject matter areas look at both new possible protocols as well as existing, which kind of fit in, except for maybe ozone depleting substances. Does that fit into any of the groups? I don't know if we are thinking well, there was that could be another group, I guess, because there was some other related new possible.
So our other was ODS, methane, and
Yeah.
sort of an industrial question mark.
Right.
And when I said methane, yeah. Thank you, yeah.
Mine
I was
methane,
thinking
right.
mine methane. So, that's a hard one. I don't know how much, I don't know how big that one is. Well, I don't know how many protocols are around that are beyond the updates or new angles around ODS, thoughts and improvements around the existing ODS and mine methane. I think that's the hard thing. The other thing is around wetlands. We're not talking a lot about it, and I have what part of my fear is I can see people lining up for all of those except for wetlands. And that I think that's something we have to consider as we start. What I worry about is we form all the working groups and then nobody goes, you throw the party and nobody shows up.
Oh, anyway, but do we have some coalescing around the idea that we would not distinguish between new and old or in existing and possible ones, but just sort of work the existing protocols into the subject matter area? Okay, I think that's good. So what number are we up to, Ariel?
Well, grasslands was removed and put in with animal livestock. So now I think F, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So we have wetlands, forestry, animal ag, crop ag, and other ODS. And aggregation, right? Aggregation was its own separate. Is this a good time to take public comment?
I mean, we don't necessarily have to have a group for ozone depleting substances. It is an existing protocol, but whether or not we want to decide that as our task force wants to take that on, we could leave that out.
We had heard some comments earlier about the swap potential, right?
Oh, right.
Folding back in the science model risk analysis capacity, I think that should be one of our screens, whatever group we're in, because that is why a lot of voluntary protocols have come to a halt, is that we don't have enough to really base a compliance standard on them. And so they may fall off. I think we should keep them on the list, assign them to somebody, and then just make the argument or check out the argument that, well, we're not going to go, we did consider it, but we're not going forward because of the bottleneck that others have already found, and that is that we don't have the basis for recommending them for compliance. So I would add that as one of our factors that we consider and explicitly state why we are setting aside various ideas, so that it's transparent.
If I could interject, I've been keeping a running list, and that was already on it. So it's been mentioned, I think, a couple of times that we should look at that.
Yeah, I thought that was
sorry.
screening factors.
Yeah. Well, we said science, but we didn't. I'm making the point that be explicit in saying why we're not going further.
We also said quantification And I just kind of wrote them down next to each other because I kind of figured it was the same basic idea.
And that was the quantification, evidence-supported science, uncertainty analysis, and I heard risk analysis. That's that whole piece there. And I think what you're saying is when you come out with a report that certain things are identified as having hit a bottleneck for those reasons. Is what you're thinking of?
Well, right, like we screened this out for this reason. These were the factors we considered, and this didn't get past the screen. Yeah. Okay, I think Emily, you were next.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had a couple other thoughts I wanted to throw out in terms of, lumping things together. Along with wetlands, one thing that hasn't been talked about or mentioned is this concept of blue carbon, or along with that are, seagrass and kelp restoration in the oceans. California is a coastal state, and I think there could be potential along those lines. So I might suggest if we could lump that in with the wetlands group. I also wanted to throw out that, I think there's a category of kind of soil-based protocols, and, maybe grasslands would largely get lumped into there. I'm a little bit speaking out of my realm of expertise, but I think along with that, biochar was mentioned, other soil amendments that increase, organic carbon in the soil, like composting. There's also a category of geologic, mineral-based enhanced weathering, which can, absorb CO2 out of the atmosphere and store it as a component of kind of soil-based sequestration or storage. And then another thing that wasn't mentioned yet is urban forestry, which I think would be really important for, we already have an urban forestry protocol that's been adopted. No one's used it yet. It's very expensive to undertake a project like that. The crediting is challenging from a financial perspective. I know that the Climate Action Reserve has done some work on updates to an urban forest protocol that actually looks at kind of urban forest management in an urban context, so kind of managing the urban canopy. So it applies a lot of the principles of the rural forest protocol, but in an urban context. So I think that would be interesting to explore.
Emily, are you suggesting these? Are you a lumper or splitter?
I'm a lumper. I would put that under forestry, yeah.
And the soil-based sequestration, was that going into the animal ag because that included grasslands, or where were you lumping that one?
I guess I just wanted to throw it out as kind of another way to lump, if folks thought that was a good idea. But that's probably not my one.
I can make some proposals on that.
Okay.
I think you've got some great suggestions, and I'm glad you brought them up. So I think biochar and composting, I think that there are more things that go across. So for example, you've got, when you're looking at croplands from a fertilizer perspective, you can use compost as a fertilizer. If you've got grasslands, there's actually a protocol with adding compost to grazed grasslands. So I think that it's absolutely something we should consider, but I do think it doesn't need to be a separate category. I think it doesn't need to be broken out.
It goes into animal ag, is what you're saying.
It depends on which one it is. So if you're going to be taking biochar and you're going to be putting into croplands, it goes into croplands. If you're going to apply it on grasslands, it goes into grasslands. It depends on the area you're putting it in. I really like the comment about blue carbon, and I think probably wetlands and blue carbon naturally go together on that one. Emily, I'm curious of what geologic enhanced weathering is. That's a brand new one to me. And then finally, the urban forestry, I'm glad that one's going into forestry. I appreciate that comes into that one, although I do recognize that there's some very different scales and challenges associated with them. What is blue carbon? So yeah, a couple people have asked about blue carbon. Emily mentioned it. So basically it is CO2 sequestration in large water bodies, primarily the ocean. Is that, okay.
So as the number of project types proliferate, and our committee our task force is not growing any larger, It also strikes me that, as some people said, we don't necessarily have expertise in all of these topics here. And certainly we can tap outside experts to some extent. That has been mentioned before. But I'm also wondering if a priori it makes sense for us to pare down the project types that we are going to focus on. Not, to take Brian's point, not to definitively close the door on anything right now, but to say, let us identify these handful of project types as priorities and focus on those rather than try to spread ourselves very thin and perhaps come up with insufficient information in order to give a recommendation.
And I mean, some screens for that might be the expertise on the panel or low-hanging fruit, things that appear at first blush to have the most potential.
I know the list is already quite long, but one of the things I keep thinking about when one of the goals of the task force is to prioritize the needs for Native American tribes and disadvantaged communities. I think I've seen a lot of interest in the work that the Yurok tribe's done. So other tribes have reached out to us, looking to us as a kind of a model of our work, developing forest projects and to purchase and repatriate our land base. And so we've actually got quite a bit of interest. Actually, I just was in Portland at the affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians, and they're very interested in doing something similar up there, many, many tribes. So I keep thinking about, for instance, I think one of the challenges that they have is obviously costs, but also just the available lands around their reservations and communities. In a lot of cases, that's federal lands. So, I don't know if this would fall under the existing protocols category, but, consideration of how to utilize those federal lands into either a forest protocol or a grasslands protocol or other things. So that's really a challenge, right? I think another thing I've noticed as a project manager, and we're committed to these longer term projects, but I think one of the things we want to do is restore our land base and restore some of the ecosystem function and that was originally there. And so we're managing previously managed lands that were for timber production. So we want to convert some of those lands to open prairies, increase ecological diversity. So some of those tribal needs are really important. So how do we do that without jeopardizing the integrity of the project, or really converting those lands to a different project type? So I don't know if prairies would really be a grassland, because wouldn't be like grazing cattle or raising livestock, but really restoring it for wildlife and other purposes. So we call them prairies, coastal prairies, oak woodlands. That's certainly something that would be important to a lot of tribes. So
then, and the implications of that on this whole, sort of what the dual implications are of your interest in shifting away from forest in some habitat areas, and the implication here.
Ariel, could you go through the screens again?
Sure.
Yes.
It's kind of a mess, I can understand. And I can rewrite these up. So the screens, so the implications on disadvantaged communities, tribes, agricultural, rural, the DEBS piece, and this also includes reducing pollution burden on disadvantaged communities. So that's one screen. Another screen is additionality, while avoiding rehashing things that have been extensively discussed. Potential cost reductions to increase accessibility to these. Looking at market issues, including demand. Quantification, which includes evidence-supported science, analysis of uncertainty and risk, and leakage and perverse incentives.
I think we would also add, permanence and verifiability. I mean, just the
standard screen.
the standards that are in the statute for any offset protocol that have to be considered. I think the groups should use as a screen as well. I mean, you didn't mention them, but maybe, additionality is one, quantifiability is one, but I think those basic statutory criteria would be all among the screening tools.
Jobs was mentioned a couple of times, so maybe we add that to the filter. And then there was the aggregation issue, although I don't know if I made this comment, but I think there was a suggestion we have an aggregation group. I don't know if that's still alive, but I think even if we do, we should have that be a filter within that topic-specific group, because they may have specific ideas how they can aggregate, like forest folks might have a much better idea how they could aggregate than people who don't have any expertise in that area.
So do you want to do public comment now? Sure.
So,
please.
folks in the public?
Yeah, come on down.
Kevin was going to try and run me over to get to the mic first. No, thank you very much. This is so interesting. We're all sitting there. I mean, we've been in this industry and we've been doing this for years, so we have so much to talk about. I guess I'd be a lumper. And I wanted to sort of put it out there. Basically, all of the protocols that we're really talking about, they kind of fall into three categories. They either sequester, they destroy. So they sequester carbon, they destroy methane, destroy pollutants, or they avoid, which is the swapping out maybe of the refrigerants, or also if you're changing practices for livestock manure management or something like that. So if you really want to lump, you could lump them into those three, was my suggestion. And this is, basically right now, having been someone who's written protocols and tried to get them approved by ARB, the thresholds that ARB has out there really were that these methodologies had to produce a certain amount of credits per year. They were really looking for the big credit producers. And I understand that because every protocol that they adopt, they have to manage and they have to have staff be an expert at it. But I think with California being so regulated and having so limited opportunities, maybe that threshold of having these, methodologies and protocols that are going to have loads and loads of credits, 5 million a year or that sort of thing, it should be considered that more protocols be approved. So there's more variety. And that being said, Andrea, I like what you're saying as far as creating the screening criteria, because, and I'd say right now, there's a compliance standard, and that was said a few times. And what is the compliance standard? Basically, that there's an adoption rate threshold. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, it's about 5% is around what you're looking at? You don't have anything specific, okay. So, what is a business as usual adoption rate? In the voluntary markets, they go around 10%. But realistically, sometimes it's not even just a percentage. It's a, maybe it's a 20% adoption rate, but it's not going beyond that because all of the other facilities can't adopt it beyond that. So as far as the adoption rate for additionality, I love the idea of aggregation, considering that. I will throw out this, and it might be contentious, but consider right now, we can't have any protocols that affect the sectors that are regulated under AB 32. And that was fine when we didn't, I would suggest when we didn't have the DEBs, when we didn't have the requirement that half of the offsets come from California and half of them come from out of state. Now that we have that segregation, I would put it to the committee, the task force, to say maybe consider protocols that if they can only get out of state credits, but they can go towards sectors that are under AB 32 because you could hit some manufacturing, you could hit oil and gas, chemical manufacturing, you could end up in disadvantaged neighborhoods, and you could end up with companies that are having to comply in California being able to implement projects outside of California to get the credits that are just located for out of state. So I'm sure if that makes sense, but I think that we're missing, just because it's required in California, California can reach into the rest of the US and implement protocols and projects that can hit the oil and gas sector, the chemical and the manufacturing and that sort of thing. I think that's my suggestions. Thank you.
Everybody, Kevin Townsend from Blue Source. Great progress since lunch. Sincerely, this is a really tough topic to get your arms around, and you guys are really centering in on the body of work that needs to be completed and how to approach it. So my hat's off to you for that, because in a group this size and in this format, I wouldn't be doing as well as you guys are doing. You know, there's been a lot of ground covered, and so I think I'll just try to lump my comments efficiently into a few different buckets. You know, when it comes to some of these new protocols that you guys have thrown out, the work required for each of them is going to be different. There is some low-hanging fruit out there. You know, Robert's mentioned grasslands a few times. You know, that has an existing protocol that was authored by the Climate Action Reserve, which was the author of a number of the other protocols that were the basis for the existing compliance protocols. And that one, I don't know if it is teed up, but it may be teed up. It may be that low-hanging fruit. You know, another example of that same thing is going to be the urban forestry protocol updates that have again been made already and it's still a tough nut to crack, but they can actually help those projects go forward. So this task force can actually look to some of what the voluntary market has done already to advance the cause of urban forestry through protocol developments and think about adopting those here. We've talked about blue carbon. You know, mangroves in particular haven't been mentioned, but it's a key component of protecting coastal ecosystems. And there's just, no pun intended, but there's a ton of carbon stored in those things, you know. So that's a good place to look as well. But I did want to point this or make this point as you guys are thinking about how to divide into subgroups, is that there are hundreds of voluntary protocols out there and project types that have been out there, and they're just not going to fit in these buckets of ag, of wetlands, of forestry, and then the related subtopics. You know, there are things like motor oil recycling and road building and IT equipment refurbishment. You know, there's been creativity going in this space around the world for almost 2 decades now. And so just having a group go out, a subgroup, go out and look to see what else is out there could be a really good idea, so that you don't miss something that could be a great win for the state of California. Now, I don't want to take away from Neil's point about, like, you got to draw the line somewhere. There's just so much out there, right? You got to focus on where it really matters. But those would be my points there. A second category of comments has to do with this topic of aggregation and making the program accessible to participants of all size. And I think these are interrelated, but some of the components are being left out of the discussion. It's not just about helping small projects aggregate together so that they can access the program. It's also about helping the small covered facilities that currently don't enjoy the benefits of the offset program to actually be able to use them. And there are program efficiencies that can really help a lot in that regard and make this program more accessible to businesses in California. And they're not going to fall into these subgroups either, because they're more programmatic changes. There are things like looking at the need for double verification, because this can add hundreds of thousands of dollars in project costs and an immense amount of time, both from project developers and the ARB staff, to achieve something that may not be necessary, considering that when the projects are already issued for the first time, they've actually already gone through about 3 levels of verification. So I just mentioned that as an example of something that's a programmatic change that might not fall into a sector-based subgroup. And then lastly, I'll just point out, I'll just make a couple of comments about additionality because this has come up several times. And it's a super important topic, and it's one that, needs to be done right. You will find in the voluntary market, you'll find that this issue is just as important as it is here in this regulatory market. And so you'll find a lot of work to draw from. When you look at a voluntary protocol, you'll find rules and criteria and ways that this has been assessed. And I'll also point out that the issue of additionality with respect to the existing protocols, I think it's all of them, but maybe just the first 4 out of the 5, but it's actually, I think it's already been settled in court. It's been litigated and it's been resolved, and I mentioned that for 2 reasons. The first, ARB staff can tell you better than I can whether or not that's something that you should look into with the respect to the the existing protocols. But secondly, this body could look to those court decisions and the basis that they used to determine that the existing protocols were in fact additional as help to you guys in looking at new offset protocols. You could just look back at what the courts decided and see if that helps inform how to assess additionality for new protocols. And that's it. Thanks very much for your time. Motor oil recycling? That's like 1 of 100 though.
Yeah, I know.
Hi, John Costantino again. Couple of thoughts. One, when you talk about aggregation as its own sector or own subgroup, to me that's very policy-centric. How do you deal with enforcement? How do you deal with contracts? And that's good. I think that should be dealt with. But then when you talk about aggregation in terms of forest projects, then you're in the micro of how small is small. And I think so. It's a good idea to deal with it in both levels. One thing I got out of this conversation was, or haven't got out of this conversation, is a sense of timing. I think you certainly could say for the existing U.S. forestry protocol, if you change subsection A, B, and C to this, in your next round, you could get a lot more offsets. But you could also have a recommendation that says, you need to study blue carbon, or you need, and it was unclear to me whether this is a one-time committee or maybe it gets refurbished after the next scoping plan. And I think you're sort of setting up both immediate recommendations for A or B, because they will take these and do some work. And then you're also sort of setting up, I think, your job is the policy thought. How would this body be helpful, like in 5 years or 6 years? What would you like ARB to look at? Like, why is the Rice Protocol not being used? You don't have to have the answer, but if you recommend that they do a study or figure it out, that's valuable as well. So both near term and long term, I would recommend you think about that. And then I would second Kevin's notes about the administrative aggregation. And so there's a lot. And I've been on your side of the dais and trying to figure out how to do this. And I would just recommend that you keep in mind that these higher level recommendations have as much value as the details. And don't be afraid just to say, we need more protocols in this area if that's as far as you can get. But if you have a whole spectrum of super details that are effective, that can be done now, and policy, I think it's a good way to think about being successful. Thank you.
Could I respond real quickly to that? I just wanted to say I agree with that, and I sort of was assuming that part of our charge is that if we come to an obstacle where we can't recommend a protocol be adopted or forwarded for some reason, that we would explain why. And if the reason was, for example, there's not enough data, there's not enough scientific research here, that we would potentially make a recommendation in that area as well, that, oh, you need to study this, or you need to do this other thing, or we couldn't find anything in this sector, but it seems like there's a lot of potential in this sector, and that needs to be explored. So I hope that we all kind of agree that we can go there.
And just to follow up, quite frankly, we ran out of time. Here's something else to look at. I mean, I think that there's going to be some that we just can't go on for practical reasons. Thank you.
My name is Erica Anderson, and I'm an attorney. I represent a number of clients who are involved in generating offsets. I do most of my work in forestry offsets. I know you, David. Hi. And I have actually worked on a couple of aggregated projects within the voluntary markets. And so my observation was, my understanding is that you're thinking about having a working group on aggregation. It seems to me like that's something that really should be spun down to the project type level, because it occurs to me that how projects will be aggregated is going to be incredibly different across different project types and may touch on various different issues, whether they have to do with the additionality, whether they have to do with MRV requirements, or whether, for example, under the forest protocols, they have to do with how people can get in and out of the program. Thank you.
Can I, before you step away, Erica, can I ask you a question about that? So when you're thinking about aggregation, I mean, I agree that there are some specific things to the protocol, but there are some, how would you handle some of the general things, like how do you sample? Do you sample everyone? Do you sample with replacement? Is there a minimum number of samples? Like when you start thinking about that, and small landowners, I think part of the cost issues around small projects are the transaction costs, and a large portion of the transaction cost is the verification. And I know this is a very sticky wicket for ARB, but that seems to be something, there seems to be some things that are, they go across all of them. I can see it in forestry, I can see it in ag, I can see it in blue carbon for the same type of reasons. If you were to look at the balance of it, in your experience, do you see more of it at the at the protocol level, or are there as many issues that are cross-cutting?
That's a great observation, and I think the real answer would be I would need to go home and look at your screening factors and go through them one by one. So I think that you're addressing the specific issue of MRV and how many soil samples and how you derive the data. But there are also, for other project types, for example, forestry, these issues of permanence, where that's a much bigger issue than the issue of how you're going to go out and get your MRV data. And so thinking about what, within each project type, what the particular limiting factors are, might be useful. I guess if what you're talking about is having the overall group identify what those factors are going to be and then having them addressed in the subgroups, that would make sense. But if you're trying to lump, I guess my suggestion would be that you consider just spinning that off to the subgroups.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Barbara Haya, Research Fellow at UC Berkeley, and my comments focus on additionality. There have been many justifications of additionality of different protocols, and I would encourage you to look to the academic research on how to assess additionality, and let me offer some thoughts drawing from the academic literature on additionality. So I'm going to recommend a really specific way of assessing additionality, and I'm going to recommend actually, I recommend including this as a part of your screen. So for one, it's well established that the standardized approach will allow some non-additional projects to participate. I mean, that's the overall structure. It defines a project type, and then business as usual projects of that type are allowed to participate. It's well agreed upon in the literature that participation of non-additional projects and the credits they generate have to be accounted for overall in assessing the level of additionality of the pool of projects participating in a protocol. It's also pretty well established that requires doing an assessment of the credits from non-additional projects and either implementing a discount rate or some sort of a way of having a conservative baseline, or having undercrediting of credits for additional projects counterbalance the generation of the overcrediting due to the participation of non-additional projects. So I'm going to recommend to do this analysis, to do an assessment of business as usual, to do an assessment of the expected effect of the protocol on new projects and on new reductions. 3, an assessment of undercrediting through the use of conservative methods to estimate emissions reductions, or an explicit discount rate that counterbalances overcrediting from the participation of non-additional projects. 4, an explicit discussion of uncertainty in those estimates. And then 5, and this is more something that you would recommend ARB do, but an ex post analysis, let's say 5 years later, looking back at, well, what has happened. So that's more from the literature. And I'm going to make one more recommendation, and that is the best way to assure additionality is really to focus on those project types that are not going forward on their own, or are going forward at a very small level on their own. And then when you do a financial assessment of what's expected to happen because of the financial incentive created by the offset program, that financial incentive is supposed to substantially increase the number of credits, or the number of reductions of that project type. And then ex post, you should be able to look back and see, okay, we see a real uptick in the number of these projects that have happened, and that we could trace that back to the incentive from the offset program. So I recommend agreeing to some formalized way of making an assessment, and like the one that I just recommended.
I'd like to request, if it's not too much trouble, is there any way you could submit those comments in writing? You covered a lot of what it sounded to me like very important material. And I'm pretty sure I didn't get all of it, but I got enough that it would be worth being able to read that a couple of times.
How would I submit?
If that's allowed, we don't have to wait for a formal comment period, do we? I mean, it seems like we've already received some comments here today.
Right, and this webcast will be recorded as well, so it'll be on there. Barbara, if you want to send something to our, I can't remember the email now that's in our in our program, we'll make sure that's posted to the website, and and all the task force members get it.
Yeah, there was an email address stated at the beginning of the meeting for submitting comments.
Hi, I'm Tony Brunello. I'm here representing the California Forest Carbon Coalition. Represents groups that have forest offsets in California, representing about 19 million offsets. I just had 2 things. First, thanks to all of you for doing this. My head is spinning after seeing these lists. So as the lists grow longer and the academic proposals grow longer, very excited to see this group of people who I have worked with many of you guys over time. So thank you for doing this, and I look forward to working with you guys. Second, I came in thinking I was excited to see new protocols that might be reviewed, assessed, and have an outside group recommend some new ones. I've been around long enough that I've seen the rights protocol and the urban forestry protocol, which we've been excited about, have not been used. So I think it sort of takes a new lens of reviewing these and just step back and figure out which ones may actually be used with looking at what's in the statute. So I commend you guys, and I really hope that you at least find a couple more. It's pretty easy to look at the past. And I think the final thing is, I think it's really important to understand the process for how existing protocols are reviewed. I actually didn't know that we'd be looking at the existing protocols. So if that's going to be something that's going to be discussed, many of you, as well as myself, have looked a lot of what is the process for reviewing the existing protocols. No offense to my partners over here, but when the first protocols were started, they were reviewed and there were changes that made, I think, about every year. I think that was an absolute headache for the ARB staff and others, so it became a couple more years. Right now, I can speak only for the forestry protocol. I think it's been 5 years since that's been updated. Our group is the first to say that needs to be updated. There are significant changes that we know the science and a lot of the things that are embedded in that protocol can be improved. And I think the group that we're working with, we're hungry to do that. And that's an important process where you dive deep, as many of you know. And so I think I just would like to raise that I think it's important to understand, and ARB should revisit of what that process is, so that you can understand what I think is hopefully your role for providing that guidance and not having you spend your day job to be this for the next 2 years. If you want to, God bless you. But I think it really could be your day job if you let it. And so I think I don't have an opinion because I'm not sitting up there. But I do think it's really important to understand what that process is, and to understand once the button is pressed, what you dive into, such as additionality or permanence. Those are things that I was expecting there'd be a really scientific deep dive at that time. So whether you do that during when the protocol is actually opened versus this group here, that will be important, I think, both where you sit and with ARB, because a lot of groups are not here today that will start bringing all kinds of additional research and analysis. And I can tell you, even our group, there are a lot more people that will show up, which is good on one side. On the other, these will be longer, a lot more in-depth meetings. So anyway, I just want to make that clear. If we could have a better understanding of how to open up the existing protocol and how that fits with your work, I think would be helpful for all. Thank you.
I have a question for our facilitator. I don't want to add anything to the list of filters. I want to confirm that something that's been brought up recently is on our list of filters. It occurs to me it could be, and I can't read your writing, but you can. It occurs to me that it could fit either under the scientific cluster of ideas, good science cluster of ideas, or the statute cluster of this is what's required in a statute. But it's that permanence issue. I'd like to see that word somewhere in there, because I think for the grasslands, forestry, and agriculture, permanence is going to be a huge issue. Okay, it is in there. I can't see it, but I believe you.
Statutory was added rather late, and that's the real permanent, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, got it.
So hearing some of the comments here, I do think that there may be something that we can do that I think addresses some of the very important and valid comments, but doesn't add to our workload, and that is to provide some thoughts and guidance to ARB about ongoing management and maintenance of protocols. I think to Tony's point, 5 years for a protocol, it's probably worth going back and revisiting it. And so maybe it's something for us to consider of providing some thought and guidance to both ARB staff and the ARB board to say, we think that these should be looked at every so often because the science advances. We can't dive into, I can't dive into the technical details on the forestry side, but there are experts, Paul is one of them, that can help with that point, and we can help provide the thoughts and the structure around it.
Hi. Thank you very much for all of the public comments. I thought those were actually extremely helpful. Tony, in particular, thank you. It helped to crystallize a thought that I had been working towards, and that was that I am starting to think that a 5-page report may be what ARB would find the most useful from us, as opposed to the 500-page report that it appears that we are currently angling towards. In some ways, I feel like we're talking about spending 24 hours a day together for the next year, and I that wasn't yet on my calendar. I guess I'm up for it, but trying to focus more in on, here are the list of protocols we think you should look into. Here are the things that we would like you to look into of the existing ones, and why. Here are some of our ideas and that we've done, and as we cast a broad net, here they are. And I guess whether or not we develop a 500-page report, I think ultimately it's the 5-page list. and those key ideas that are really what ARB is going to find actionable and be able to move forward on.
Yeah, I just want to say I think that's a really good point. I think maybe our role is, putting things on the table, proposing some next steps, and maybe a suggested process around how some of these issues are tackled. But, so I would just echo that. I think one other thing that kind of came out for me from some of these comments was that I think there are some things that I take the point that kind of aggregation might be better addressed in the sector-specific groups. I do think the topic was brought up about more programmatic improvements, and I would just want to highlight that. I think that that might be something where we could make some recommendations as a group about improvements to the program at a higher level that ARB could consider moving forward that might support both the existing protocols as well as the development of new protocols. So I wanted to flag that for perhaps a subgroup to look at. But yeah, I think very good points. I think this highlights for me the importance of bringing public input into the process. And a small group out there today. Maybe there's some other folks on the webcast who are following along. But I think having opportunities to pull in expertise and really just lay the groundwork for more work to come. Sorry, ARB. One thing along those lines, I do think we should, as a task force, think about if we are going to propose a significant amount of work for the ARB team, particularly the offsets team going forward, we might want to think about recommendations along resourcing. The staff already has a monumental job just processing existing projects for review. They're going to have DEBS determinations on their plate very, very soon. They do an admirable job with a limited staff, but I think if we throw a lot more work at them, they are going to need more staff. So,
I would like to echo the public comments here were quite helpful, and for all of those that are out in the audience that provided comment, I think it would be very helpful to hear some of your suggestions in writing as well to us. I think that could be helpful, particularly if you have some suggestions around the existing protocols and your experience working with those, to feed those into this group earlier rather than later, I think could be helpful. Second, on the aggregation front, I appreciate the comments. I know a little bit about forest aggregation and a little bit about ag as well. And I would say that there are some overriding commonalities between key principles around aggregation. And I'm just wondering if, for efficiency's sakes, whether or not maybe the forestry group, which I anticipate I'll be on, being I'm the forestry expert on the panel, among many others, that maybe we take that on and then we share that information with others once we frame out what it looks like broadly and maybe some specifics around forestry that we could share, so the groups don't have to each do their own thing related to the broader construct of aggregation and how it may work. So just a thought there. Other than that, again, I just appreciate the public feedback and look forward to hearing more from you all.
Jason, did you want me to read the letter, the comment that was received, or?
Yeah, we did receive a public comment through the web. It's kind of a long letter. I think the board member or the task force members got it, and then we make copies back there.
We make copies and then we'll post it on the web.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was maybe just going to read the first paragraph, but not the attachment. So
that would be good.
Okay. A letter from California Council of Land Trusts state action needed to remove 2 roadblocks to pairing carbon projects with conservation easements. And there are 2 points, and then there's a lengthier letter, so I won't read the whole thing, but point 1, innocent third parties such as conservation easement holders face liability for carbon project reversals due to the broad definition of forest owner, joint and several liability, and vague negligence standard. And then point 2, cap and trade buffer pool credit reductions meant to encourage land conservation through conservation easements are not attainable in practice due to interagency conflict between ARB and WCB and impossible timing constraints. So those seem like things that could be taken up by the forestry subgroup. Good comments. And thank you to all the commenters and people who attended it. Greatly appreciated. So.
So I wanted to just do a check-in with the group. So we do, one thing we've got a little more than 35 minutes, 40 minutes left. You may want to be taking a break at some point too, but one thing we definitely need to do is to decide your final list, which we seem to have been getting to a great place on. You'll want to decide which groups you're going to be on. So that's something definitely we want to do. Gavin, we had assumed maybe this might have been we've had a lot of depth to this discussion, but how do you feel about the ability of the full group to sort of give direction to the subgroups? Do you think that the discussion we've had to date, it's really been quite deep? Are we comfortable that we aren't going to have 20 minutes per subject to talk, more deeply about that?
Well, I think where I thought we would come out at the end is that we would have the subject matter areas that people would sign up for, and that we would have some agreement regarding the screening that each of the groups would do, recognizing that once those groups start talking to one another, the way in which they implement the screening could vary, but that we would have at least that broad setup going forward, and that now I think it's beneficial to have that second meeting added that could be an interim check-in point, so that as the subgroups get to a place where they're ready to share work, we can cross-check with each other about how we've arrived at, how we've used the tools that we've used to analyze, and, find out if someone's, looking at it in a completely different way, or there's a way that, a twist to it that could be brought to the, different subgroups. So, but I don't think today it would be easy to get too much beyond the subject matter areas and, who's on them, and then a broad agreement about the screening tools that we're going to use. And then I guess the final piece would be to talk about a schedule for when would be the next meeting, and, maybe working backwards from a final meeting to, draft document. And so, but I think maybe the first step would be to lay out the subject matter areas and then get people to sign up for those. So
the red dots that you received, basically, the idea we had was once we have finalized subject areas, they're informal subgroups, we'd put a topic on each flip chart, then you all would get up and go up and write your name on the subgroups that you want to go to. If we have more than 6 people, then you all get to have a discussion about what you're going to do about that, because it's a voluntary, informal situation. And the dots are if you are willing to be a leader or co-leader of that subgroup, which means you'd help being a contact person and you take responsibility for helping to schedule meetings. So that's what your dots are for.
And I don't know if we finalized this point, but it was brought up whether someone could be on more than one subgroup. And I think that they can, but with the understanding that they need to not cross-breed or whatever. So germinate, maybe. But
that was my metaphor. I was thinking of the bee would need to go clean itself of pollen before next.
So
I have a question if we've agreed on what the actual list of groups is that we're going to have up there. And I'm going to combine it with a suggestion. You know, I get that people have different views about what should be bunched together and what should be separated. I personally am feeling like if we can keep this to 6 groups, and maybe we lose one because nobody volunteers for it or something, that could happen. You know, but if we had 6, that would, and they had an average of 3 on them, then nobody would have to maybe be on more than 2 groups. Just a thought. It gets much bigger than that. I think we're asking for trouble. But how we bunch the groups to me is important. And you know, I heard, I think someone say put grasslands with animal ag, and I feel like the issues with grasslands are very different than the issues with animal ag. Wetlands is its own group, croplands is its own group, forests is its own group. Listened very carefully to what he was saying about oak prairies, and I think that should be combined with grasslands because it's mostly open, and I think some of the same practices would be in place. That would allow for 5 groups plus one other. Maybe the other group could tackle the aggregation issue as well as sort of be a kind of a catch-all. It's just a thought, but I'm just really trying to combine missions, and part of it's selfish because I can definitely see helping out with the animal ag, but the grasslands thing is a whole, I've read some of the academic work on that. It's just a whole different area of science and practices. You know, I'm tempted to try to combine it with one of the other ones, but it's different than croplands and it's different than wetlands. So I just feel like these things naturally separate themselves. But again, I'm open to other people's ideas on this. I just wanted to at least get mine out once, and I won't argue it further.
Can I ask for clarification? Where did ODS go in that one? Was that a...
I would put it in other. Okay. I feel like this other group could handle some of the issues where we're not sure how big it's going to be and that kind of thing.
So there were 6. Basically, you were saying grasslands and soil-based sequestration and all of those as being one, and then other including ODS?
Okay, so soil-based sequestration is a cross-sector issue. It's going to be in croplands, it's going to be in grasslands, it's going to be in forests, and for all I know, it may be in other ones too. So
I missed what grasslands was joining with then in your suggestion.
Well, Timothy mentioned prairies and oak prairies, which is mostly open space, but he was kind of, I think, making the point that that's not exactly the same as forest, and he'd like to expand out into that kind of land. To me, there's a lot of similarities with that in rangeland, grassland. They're very similar. They're not tilled. They're often dry, but not always.
And managed differently. I think in our case, we want to use fire to maintain those open prairies.
So rangeland would go in with their animal ag, so they would sort of divide up based on...
No, because I really think animal ag is about managing manure, to be honest. It's, and with rangeland, you're talking about trying to sequester carbon, soil health in a non-tilled environment. Croplands, you're talking about either a standard type of cultivation or altered cultivation practices in a highly productive ag environment. These are all very different from each other. But again, that's my point of view. If people have a different point of view, I'd love to hear it.
So you're thinking dairy feedlot, but in terms of ranging beef cattle on grassland, it kind of...
Right, because manure management is really not an issue on the rangeland What we're talking about is trying to stop methane emissions on animal ag, and on the other, and on grassland, you're trying to figure out how to sequester carbon in the soil, improve the soil health in general. That's my feeling. Again, if other folks feel differently, please speak up.
I'm sorry, folks, I didn't notice order. Would people like to identify who's next? Go ahead.
I hope the number of these isn't an indication of the controversy that I just started.
All right, I'll try to keep it quick. So David made a proposal earlier for putting aggregation in with forestry. I think that's a really intriguing one, and I'd be willing to support that. So I think, we can look at forestry and add in the aggregation there if others agree. Recognizing I'm representing ag, and I think I do see my charter as grasslands as well. So I'm already thinking where my red dot's going to have to go.
That's only if you're willing to lead.
I think everyone else will step back. But I'm actually even willing to propose that we put grasslands in with croplands. I've worked on both those protocols for like 6 years. So I will step up and do that in 2 ways, I guess. So. Oh, and then the last thing is, now that JP has patted me on the back, I'm going to add something to him.
Oh.
The one thing that I think, in addition, you framed it as manure management, but the one thing
I will take feed additives and enteric emissions.
Okay. I'm good now.
So I think I said it already, but I just want to clarify. So when I think of animal agriculture, I think broader than just intensive animal agriculture. So I think animal agriculture on the one hand, when we think of more intensive dairies or feedlots or so, that's one part. But we also have extensive animal agriculture, and to me that's more the grassland. So that's where I was coming from, kind of thinking animal agriculture on the one hand and thinking of that more being intensive versus the more extensive grassland, rangeland. To me, that lumping makes sense. And to me, animal agriculture is, as this already indicates, they're not just the waste, but also the enteric emission portion. And that plays a big role on both, on grassland and on more intensive animal agriculture enterprises. So, I can see this lumping of cropland and grassland. To me, the intensive and extensive animal agriculture makes more sense, but, just an additional opinion.
Simplifying a complex reality, it will always be a challenge. So just to make you all feel better about this. Emily, I think you're next, and then Neil.
I don't have a strong feeling about that, so I'll let you all decide that. But I did want to just put a plug for one more category that's kind of cross-cutting programmatic issues. I think some of the aggregation issues that are more broadly applicable across protocol types, such as maybe the contracting or the monitoring, reporting, verification issues that folks have raised could be included in that. I think also the programmatic improvements, the demand side analysis of the kind of the market-based analysis of where, considering the limits that we're going to have post-2020, are there ways to kind of improve utilization of offsets up to the limits that have been imposed? So I would put a plug in for one more category. That would be cross-cutting programmatic issues.
And so cross-cutting programmatic issues is sort of the bin title.
Yep.
So at the risk of stirring things up, perhaps in this grasslands question, we should see who is actually interested in these groups and then do a kind of ex post, I don't want to use the word aggregation, but it seems like we have a few folks who are overlapping and who are focused on that, and maybe that it ends up becoming clearer once we sign up for those. But out of the three that we have there, perhaps we try to go down to two based on who signs up for what.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think, for example, Frank seems like he should be in the animal group and the grassland group. So whether those are separate groups or not, he should be having input on both topics. So
for the purposes of signing up, we could go with 7, and then when we end up with people, we can figure which one to put together. Would that be I'm just throwing that out as a straw way for us.
Like it.
yeah, I think that seems good.
It's called twinkling, isn't it, or something? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to start writing the titles up, and I think, is this well, we're a little how I was going to say, is it a good time? You all will get up and move. Is it a good time to give it a 5-minute break or not because of our timing? Okay, we're almost there. Okie doke. Yeah, only I need one more white piece of paper here. Let's see. So, well, I'm going to say you all can kind of. Oh, thank you so much. Pens, if people need pens to write their name on. Oh, I just might. Okay. Oh, forestry is a big one. And you all can resolve, your lumping and splitting up there as far as, if it's becoming obvious too. And then, yeah, that's it. That's it. Off to its own topic, right?
No,
Now
we're doing
it's-
it, yeah.
But it's in forestry.
It's in forestry and it's a screener, I think.
Yeah, thank you. That's, okay.
Please.
Thank you. Popular ones and then. What I'm suggesting is if there's seven, you all can talk among yourselves, and one of you may find that you're less devoted to the topic than other people. A lot of you have forestry background. You're actually talking about new and existing. Everybody is going, and thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So, I think we come back.
Yeah, but we can, that can be part of the sort out. Yes.
So everybody, we want to make sure that you're all in agreement on your screens. Emily, I wanted to make sure your creation. You'll have all these screens here, or is your market demand implication? Apologies, my mic wasn't on.
You can have the screen.
Yeah, I think the screens would be good to go through. I think a lot of those are kind of protocol specific screens.
Additionality.
Yeah, so I was thinking of it more as, yeah.
Leakage.
I mean, I think we could review them and we could determine whether they're applicable or not, depending on what the scope of that, what that subgroup decides to dive into.
Before we turn to this, Corinne just pointed out something important to me, which is we have some groups that, if a few people have signed up for a group and one of you needs to put a red dot on it, a group needs a lead. Every group needs a lead. So wetlands and, well, grasslands, programmatic? Yeah. Yeah. So grasslands, either we need to get a lead for that one, or else we're going to combine it in with one of the two choices. Right. And for those who have more than 6, you understand we cannot have more than 6 people because it's a quorum. So you all, before you leave this room today, are going to need to determine which one of you is not going to be involved in forestry. I think that's the only one with more than 6, although, yeah.
Ariel, I think we have over here.
Here.
Disembodied voice. So I think the three of us here have been talking. We're willing to bring grasslands and croplands together.
Okay, grasslands is merging with croplands, so we have a lead. So if one of the 4 folks in wetlands can volunteer to be a lead. Oh. So Tim has agreed to remove himself from forestry. I am conscious of the fact that the Yurok tribe is in the forest, largely, but so appreciate his sacrificial lammingness there, but please think about those tribal issues.
For the folks in forestry, are there folks who put their name on the list but are interested in like a particular piece of the forestry, puzzle that we could think about spinning off? Just trying to, or is everyone who put their names down was interested in the whole suite: urban forestry, rural forestry?
So David, Bruce, Connie, Emily, Brian, Antonio, is there a piece of the forestry that you're specifically interested in that we could merge into another group in order to allow to find a way to meet everybody's needs on forestry? We did, but I am conscious of the fact that Tim does deal quite a lot with forests, and he's offered to remove himself from the group. Oh, well, that's important. The urban forestry is important, too. So Antonio suggested maybe bring the urban forestry into the overarching programmatic. That was his interest.
Well, if you do that, then can we? Because I think one of the key issues in urban forestry is the aggregation, and maybe that attracts some other folks over in the overarching if aggregation is part of that one. I see some thumbs up. Okay.
Connie, can you talk into a microphone?
I was saying I didn't think it was urban forestry that was driving the aggregation interest in the forestry side. It was small woodland owners who are more rural than urban. So I'm not sure that I agree with the premise of what you're saying.
Connie, I do think that's...
Yeah, I'm just well...
And you're spot on. I think your case is right, but it does. So if I take off the urban forestry, I do think it's an overarching programmatic principle. If we're going to have that group, then maybe that the aggregation belongs there, and I don't know if that has an impact on the forestry group.
Well, we did go around and around about whether aggregation should be its own or not, and I'm fine with it being in the overarching because it is cross-cutting, but I do think that there are thorny issues around aggregation for forest owners in particular because of the permanence requirements.
So could I suggest?
It's probably the number one outstanding issue in forestry.
There's not consensus on that. Just being sensitive to time, does David have a?
Well, I would suggest that as I tried to articulate earlier, there are some overarching aggregation issues that are really cross-cutting. But I also think if we move the broad aggregation issues to the overarching in the forestry, we're still going to address aggregation specifically to forestry because that's a prime issue that needs to be addressed. It has unique characteristics compared to the broader overarching issues. So I think we should look at it both ways, and that way Tim can participate in forestry if you want to move over to the overarching, and we can talk about, and we can move urban forestry there as well, because they are quite different, frankly, urban forestry.
Guys, there's 7 people.
Oh, is there? Okay, I withdraw all my comments.
Okay, I had a different suggestion to throw out.
Have a suggestion, great.
What if we put urban forestry in the other and ODS category, and then the folks who want to work on urban forestry, there might be some other folks from forestry who want to join a second work group that would include the urban forest protocol?
Would that get us, or anything else on overarching that people have that there's sort of a piece for them that we can move over here?
Yeah, I think overarching programmatic or kind of cross-cutting themes, not protocol specific necessarily. So I would try to put the protocol specific issues in the other buckets if possible.
Antonio, does that work for you? And so I think you all are going to have to talk among yourselves to determine who will leave overarching. And with that, yeah, I think if you all can handle that informally. These are informal subgroups. I don't know, Antonio. I don't want to take you off of something.
I can go off this if it.
Just one of you, and we could do that. You can do that a little bit informally afterwards. I do think we want to make sure we have your concurrence on the screens, because every group's going to be using the screens, right? All right. Did this go with cropland?
Yeah.
Perfect. No. So somebody in wetlands, Neil, Andrea, Tim, Gavin, somebody needs to step up to be a lead. And so that can happen. So if folks, we've written up the screens because we had quite a messiness over here, and we just wanted to make sure this captures what you're all thinking. So the screens, it was new and existing. You're using the AB32 criteria, real, et cetera. So additionality is already covered in, right? So you're using, the EJ, disadvantaged communities, tribal, rural, DEB screen, cost reductions, market demand implications. Did we need to resolve something here? Oh. I thought so Tim, you're back on forestry. And one of you, you're not there. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Now we have leads, thank you. Thank you. So I was hoping you all might be willing to handle that in a few minutes after you just okay the screens. You just want to make sure there's not anything here in terms of the screens, right? Aggregation, quantification, scientific evidence, risk uncertainty, leakage, perverse incentives, and jobs, right? That's where we're at. Neil?
Sorry, you just crossed out additionality. Is that because
It's already up in
under the AB32 criteria? Thank you.
Which then you can also cross leakage out for the same reason.
No, leakage isn't. I think leakage is.
It's not part of. Oh, it is. My apologies. Thanks for keeping me honest, Greg.
So this is it. These are your screens in your subcommittees then. Okay, great. So that we wanted to make sure on those two pieces. Greg, Jason, any other pieces we needed clarity from folks on? If not, we can start talking more about the schedule piece.
Well, one quick thing. We got a question about ODS. Are there harmful refrigerant gases that deplete ozone as part of the broader ODS project? And you guys are free to add that in if you are interested in.
That was a question from the public.
Yeah, from the public. All right. Is there a group to cover a broader review of ODS projects, for example, harmful refrigerant gases that deplete ozone? And that's something that you guys would be free to consider as part of the ODS.
And what, can you enumerate again what we put as other besides ODS and urban forestry?
Was it?
So other included mine methane capture, and I believe it also included if you guys were looking at other stuff that wasn't categorized under one of the 4 or 5 other topics.
Okay.
So if you wanted to, you know, some of the members of the public had concepts, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So since that was a direct question from the public, I think we should just clarify that the primary purpose here, correct me if I'm wrong, others, is not to do necessarily a review of existing projects, but that where we feel it's appropriate, we will review existing protocols.
Yeah.
You're distinguishing between projects.
Yes. Right. Agreed.
Last few minutes, I think we want to make sure you all leave with a sense of comfort about what's coming next for you. I'm just...
Yeah, the deluge, right?
CARB is going to send out your contact emails, right, so that the groups can work together. Oh, they have them up there. You've got them? Okay. And also notes on exactly who's in the groups, right? Sample template, I think, was the mine methane capture.
So just to ease the gluing together of the projects, we were proposing a template that would go off of the screens where everyone does things in similar orders, so it doesn't look like 13 people wrote individual things that we pasted together, so it looks a little more consistent. So maybe we'll put together just a little template that you guys can follow for each chapter.
That's purely organizational, right?
And hopefully makes ARB's life a little easier when you have to compile all of them.
And it gives you a polish that you can't have because of Bagley-Keene, we thought. But we have that 3rd meeting now, so that's helpful. Gavin, did you want to talk about the schedule?
Yeah, I do. I took it from the schedule that we got from you guys at ARB that you were looking to have a report to go to the board early 2021. So for the March meeting or something like that. So when would you need, if it were for, let's say it were for the March meeting, when would you need to have it in your hands?
Well, I think what the charter says is within a year of convening, so within a year of today, to have a report that can be sent to the board. So I'm not sure what all the different calendar items are for board or how that exactly works, but I think that year from today is a good one to work off of.
Right.
So having a final report by March, what is today, the 2nd?
March 2nd. Okay.
Or before that,
right.
Would be a year to work backwards from.
Okay.
Or, sorry, a date to work backwards from.
So then, thinking of the process, our first step will be for the groups to convene, talk, try to come up with some internal schedules for, just maybe doing a subject matter discussion and maybe dividing up work on pieces of the subject matter areas. And coming to a date by which they want to have a draft And the draft would be something we would have for other groups then to evaluate at that second meeting? Is that what we envision as the process? So should that be 6 months out? Is that enough time? So if it's March now, that's April, May, June, July. September, okay. So in September, we would schedule the second meeting. And at that point, we would have the drafts from each subgroup. And would we need to do release the drafts in advance of the meeting so that there could be public comment?
I think that was the idea, to make sure that you guys get all the public comment to help inform your thinking and inform the drafts. So if you were to come back for a second meeting sometime in September, having enough time for that public comments to come in before that, so a draft would have to be out earlier.
Yeah.
So you might want to meet in October and have your draft.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. So we'll.
Question about that step. Do we want the subgroup drafts to be compiled by ARB into a draft document, or do we just want to kind of have chapter drafts at that point and we worry about linking material in the second phase?
That's up to you guys. We're here to help compile if need be. But I think depending on what the subcommittees and subgroups think in terms of what's most useful for your next iteration, I think that would be totally up to you.
I mean, it strikes me that for people reviewing it in the public, it would be better to have just one document, that it's all in one place. So I guess, yeah, we would submit it to you guys to put together, and then you would do the announcement on the listserv or whatever, and it would go out and, okay.
Yep.
Robert, and then Emily?
I would agree with that, but I wouldn't want to have staff to spend a lot of time formatting the first one. You know, I imagine that the final draft will want to try to do some continuity of voice and some things like that, but I'd be comfortable with the first one, you know, having them be together, and yeah, it's going to look a little bit like, you know, 12 people wrote it or whatever it is. But at least it's one document in one place, and then we can massage it as part of the second process, because there's going to be lots of edits, I imagine.
And it could be framed as a compendium of subgroup products. Emily and then Neil?
Yeah, I was just going to second that. I think having some ARB staff eyes on it could be really useful in terms of pulling it together, identifying redundancies, things that going into the public comment, it'd be good if, you know, staff could take a look at and flag for review.
Yeah, just to echo those two comments, I wouldn't spend time on polishing or sort of editorial questions, but there may be some common substantive themes that come up, and it would be useful to have, ARB's the only one who's going to be able to see all of those, so it'd be useful to pull those out, or if there's some contradictions, you know, those kinds of things actually would be helpful for ARB to flag.
Okay, and then
as a practical consideration, so that would mean a couple days, if not longer, for ARB staff to compile all this. Then we are thinking a 30-day public comment period. Then we want you guys to digest those comments for at least a couple days before the second meeting. So if it's due September 2nd, October, we're talking November 2nd for the second meeting? Is that what we're talking about now? Or are you talking about backing it up and submitting it in August 2nd for an October 2nd meeting?
Well, we need 30 days to review the comments?
No, there's public comment period of 30 days.
Yeah.
Allow 2 weeks for us to compile it and put it out there. Allow you guys 2 weeks to think about the comments before you meet again, or we could shorten the 2 weeks on your side if you want. I'm
I mean-
just thinking practically.
I mean, the meeting will also be a place at which comments can be made, so it's not like we're going to have all the comments. So I don't know if we need 2 weeks, I'm not sure. I think we're not going to be responding to comments at the second meeting, I don't think. We're just going to be taking more comments.
That's up to you whether you want to respond and address them in your subsequent drafts, or how you want to deal with that.
And I think Greg had mentioned you all will receive a link to the CARB website where the comments are. So the question is, how long do you want to sort of read through and ruminate on those prior to the meeting?
And just as another practical thing, people tend to submit them within minutes of the comment closing. No one will submit them on day one.
None of you are guilty of that, just thanks, Robert.
He just outed us all. So I have a quick comment. I mean, it seems to me for the second meeting to be of most value, it would be helpful to have reviewed and thought about at least a good chunk of the comment, recognizing we're going to continue to get some comment even at the meeting. But I think the value of that second meeting would be enhanced by having some time to review and think about those comments so we can then discuss them as a group. And until our work groups actually get formed and moving forward, maybe we can just communicate to you as the chair, as each of the subgroup leads, kind of where we think we are. So maybe in 2 months from now, we have a check-in to say, where the heck are we and what's realistic based on what we've encountered to this point. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. But picking back up on what Greg was saying, so yeah, September 2nd for a November 2nd meeting seems good.
So I haven't even looked at the calendar to know if November.
Yeah, those might be weekends,
Sunday,
but something to that
I will
effect, yeah.
check with
It's a Monday.
Oh.
Election day is November 3rd.
Oh.
Not that anybody's paying attention right now.
Vote
Get your
early.
ballots in
Yeah,
tomorrow.
vote early, vote
Super
often.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
I believe David said it was okay to do like a doodle poll since we're not sharing information. So maybe I'll put something out for the first week of November to get people's availability. So try and keep your calendars clear and I'll send it out.
You said for the second week of November,
First
right?
week. November
Is there
2nd.
an issue with the second week, given that it is, wouldn't it be helpful to have it after the election? I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Second week?
Put out the doodle poll.
Yeah, you can doodle poll for the first 2 weeks of
Yeah,
November.
that's a good idea. Yeah.
And I would heartily encourage you all to adopt some sort of a really early deadline, because as you know, these things take a lot longer than you want to think that they might. And we aren't going to want to be meeting, Thanksgiving-ish.
Right. Right.
Can I ask a just question? So first thing is if we have the public comment, and then Greg, you and your team are going to be combining it. Are you going to be taking into the public? You're not going to take the public comments in. So there will be the 30 days. So I'm trying to figure out what the 2 weeks is. So we submit it to you. It's got to go out to 30 days public comment. And you mentioned something about 2 weeks to combine things. I'm not quite sure what that. So I'm confused on what those 2 weeks are, because it doesn't sound like this isn't like an eyesore where you have to go and respond to every single comment and do that wonderful document. So it sounds like as soon as the day after it closes, we can be reviewing that, and we've already seen the draft. So there's some logic I'm missing.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong here. I think we need time to compile everything into the draft that goes out for public comment. So all the pieces from all the different subgroups, we would need that with enough time to stitch together into something to then release it for public comment.
So then it's like if we were due September 2nd, then it's September 16th it goes out, and then it's 30 days from there, so it's October 16th, and then we would have 2 weeks to November 2nd or whatever the dates are. Okay, thank you. That helps me think through the process, because the minute after the window closes, we can start reading those comments, and we can even, there are some people that submit them, a couple hours ahead of time.
So just to, you all will submit your products, then staff will, and CCP will take 2 weeks to massage and do these things you suggested. Be published for 30 days. That's when you guys get to read each other's products as well, right? So you'll be reading, the public will be reading, and at the end of that, and I guess the question is, how much time do you need here? Is that 2 weeks after the end of the public comment period that you need before a meeting? How much time do you all need? And that's where Greg said, maybe you don't need 2 weeks, maybe you only need a week.
Yeah, I think at least a week. I would be satisfied with a week because I would actually like to review this material to make our meeting more productive when we come back together.
If you want 2 weeks for that time, we can build that in. If you want 1 week, we can build in 1 week.
Give me 2 weeks, I'll wait for another week, and then I'll read them, yeah.
I was just going to say, so working backwards from the, say, early November meeting, then we would have maybe if we had the same kind of 2-month time frame in advance of a third public meeting, and we needed a month after the last meeting for ARB to pull things together, the final report to submit to the board. I think that would maybe only leave us about a month from early November to maybe early December to kind of rework our sections after public comment. And I just wanted to,
It doesn't sound
like
possible.
Enough. Yeah.
With the holidays and, yeah.
So I wonder if we should compress our 6-month time frame a little bit, at least maybe by a month, and then just push everything back, just so we allow a little more time at the back end.
Well, on the timing, we have 1 year to complete our work, right? So that's till March 2nd of next year. So I'm thinking that if we can have our materials, the second round done by the end of the calendar year, and then put it out for public comment in January, and that still gives us a month after public comment to have our final meeting and finalize the document. I mean, I'm just concerned that compressing most of the work is going to be done up front, I would think. And so I'm a little bit concerned about shortchanging the front end of this process.
Another way of looking at it is the fact that August tends to be a month where a lot of people are on vacation, and the difference between having a report submitted to ARB, our subgroup reports to ARB, August 2nd versus September 2nd, may be a marginal gain of time. So yeah, okay. Well, I am really leery of having a lot to do at year end, because there's the Thanksgiving break and the year-end holidays. A lot of people, I'm one, has a board meeting that time of year too. And so December is really awful month to have some other big deadline. So I would err on the side of compressing our discussion in favor of having good time to have this sort of iterative process on the back end.
Well, could we go over the process after the second meeting? What happens after the second meeting and until the final meeting? Because I'm not sure if I know.
Sure. So I think you guys had talked about doing it, well, when we initially talked about having 2 meetings, I think this would be similar, of having a public comment round on a more updated draft, and then having your final decision of here's the final report we're recommending and we'll submit to the board. So having additional public process for comments, both the comments received at the second meeting and any other comments if there is a comment period, which I think we'd recommend. It might not have to be as long as the first one. I think we're following the process we use in terms of at least 30 days to start with. You could do 30 days. You could maybe shorten that comment period, although it ensures that there's quite robust public process. So I think it'd be the same. It would be having an additional draft to release for public comment and then come back to a final meeting for you all to say, okay, here's what we're going to finalize as a document for recommendations.
So that we'll get comments on the initial draft. We'll revise the document in addition to reviewing other subgroups' work, so that we'll produce a more updated draft that will go out for public comment. Are we going to then revise that based on? No, that's basically the final document.
That's right. So I think the subgroups will go back and look at the pieces that receive those comments, edit their pieces. We'll restitch it together when you guys resend it back to us. And then as a group, you will deliberate on that whole document, and that will be the final draft.
And so that goes out for public comment, and then it gets presented to the board along with the public comment on it?
Oh, I'm sorry. So after the second meeting, task force members, you guys will go in your subgroups, work on your specific pieces, so create a new document that goes out for public comment that you will discuss at your final meeting. I'm not sure if I got your question.
Okay.
So
okay, thanks.
This might be helpful. When is the last possible date we could have our final public meeting? March 2nd, or?
I think the charter our board agreed on was within a year of convening. So yes, but I'm always nervous about having it as the last date.
Maybe end of February or?
February 28th.
Okay. So by my rough, sketching, it sounds like it will be tight, but maybe doable if we. Yeah.
Okay, so the subgroups are targeting September 2nd for the first draft. Is that where we are? Or was it August 2nd?
I was arguing for August, but let's see how the math works.
If it helps at all, the considerations we go through when we're doing some of our rulemakings and the timing, the holiday calendar often becomes quite a challenging thing to work around. So some of the same comments that Connie had, we've faced that on our side.
Yeah.
So just for context.
Yeah. Well,
so if we shoot for the end of July for the first draft, that seems like then we can put it out for public comment sometime in mid-August. Is that reasonable, Jason? And then
second meeting in mid-October, yeah. And then that would leave us hopefully enough time to get it done without too much holiday interference.
And then try to shoot for the final meeting sometime in mid-February, just to create a bit of breathing room.
I like that.
That sounds good.
When urgent happens, you have got a little.
I had one other comment, just based on something, David, you said. As you guys are working in the subgroups, just a reminder, you don't bring your conversation from one subgroup to the other subgroup. And also in terms of communicating with the chair. So what we do with our board is we make sure we have a point of contact within ARB. If there's materials, say public comments that come in or things that folks say we want this to go to all the task force members, we will make sure that's distributed without in compliance with Bagley-Keene. So if you guys do have questions for us, we can assist with that process of saying, well, we think probably we should just send a note rather than having you guys communicate with the chair, if that makes sense.
So with that, Jason, who is the point of contact? Is it you or Greg?
So we have a dedicated offsets task force email that Greg and Paul manage. So the three of us will be involved in that.
I assume ARB can put information on the website that is intended to be shared with us.
Yes.
As far as dates and practical things, as long as it's on the website, then everybody can see it. Okay.
Yeah, we'll want to make sure that everything is as public as can be.
Okay, because I
including-
absorbed a little bit of that back and forth, and at a certain point, I just want to see a piece of paper that says when our next meeting is and what we're expected to do by what time.
Yep.
Thank you.
So it seems like we have one final bit of business, which is to ensure that we don't have more than 6 people on each task group. So have we resolved that yet, or?
I think it was maybe only overarching where we'd suggested, do we need to do that during the formal meeting piece because there's 7 people and so it's a quorum, right? One person needs to leave.
Yeah, I think as you guys are identifying yourselves for these, volunteering for that, ensuring that there's not more than a quorum on that is.
I can pull myself off that.
So this is kind of some bookkeeping. We'll make publicly available the final draft of the internal procedures that you guys have worked on. We will provide the HIA comment on the website as soon as it comes in, as well as the email attachment that we received for that one public comment. We will post the membership subcommittees, the membership of all the subcommittees on the website. We have a note taker who is taking notes of this meeting, and we'll post a summary of the meeting, and as well as the due date of the report, and as soon as we've determined it, the date of the second meeting. And all that will be made publicly available, I think, and we'll check with the attorneys if we need to make anything else publicly available.
There was a request that if others had other comments, I know you got the one letter and the Barbara Haya, but if others wanted to submit comments, we're still allowed to submit comments. Is that right?
Sure, I guess. Yeah.
I think David, you asked for
okay
for that. Yeah.
Okay, we can post those as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the question is if there's a comment that is going to be submitted on, and the commenter wants to get that to all the task force members, we'll make sure that gets conveyed appropriately, and we'll make sure it's publicly available as well.
But we're also allowed to just talk to people or without, as long as it stays within our small group or it's part of our individual research.
Yeah, of course. So if you're on 2 task force, per David's recommendation earlier, you'll keep that to that task or that subgroup, and you'll keep the other conversations in the other subgroup, but just not externally, no serial communications.
So I think.
So I had just one last question. So just to be clear, then the subgroup leads will be reaching out to their members to arrange follow-up calls, meetings, or I guess within the 6-month work schedule, right? That's the responsibility of the subgroup leads or the chair?
Exactly, the subgroup leads.
Okay.
You can doodle or whatever method you all want to use to find out when you all can meet.
All right, thank you.
Has staff done a process like this one before?
Not exactly like this one. This is a little bit new, but it's a good one.
So maybe then this useful tip from your own colleagues. So when they broke off into subgroups, staff were assigned to different groups as minders just to make sure that they were actually getting everything done that they were supposed to do, and maybe call once in a while and just kind of, I'm not saying any of us need that, but it might be good to not wait till what is it, is it the end of July and then find out that nothing had happened in a group or something?
1 second, Paul will be leading
That
on
call
that.
from ARB would definitely get us going. It would.
Well, I think our approach would be, we would be, likely Paul would be reaching out just to say, is there any other support you guys need? How are we doing?
Yeah, that's what they said too, but they really meant where were we getting our work done?
We know that Robert's going to wait at the very last minute, so I'm just kidding. Okay.
No, just thank you, everyone. Very interesting day, and we have a lot of work ahead of us, but I feel like we're approaching it in a good spirit. And, I do hope that, we as Californians have a tremendous job in front of us to get to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. And I hope that this group can help ARB to find a path to that goal. And so I look forward to working with all of you. Thanks for volunteering.
Thank you.